Good morning. Everyone awake? We're in the final stretch, as my team says. We're gonna share a little more of our team at the end of who's doing what, but I do want to give a special honor to Miss Ariel D. Herrera. She's the one that keeps this all together, and she pulls off quite a bit as far as our events go, and then she's running our programs at the same time. And this successful, I would say the very successful SSIB this year would not happen without her. So thank you, Ariel. Woo! And like I said, we have a great team, and you're going to hear a little more about them at the end of the program. They're all exhausted, and I just want to say thank you to the whole team. So a lot of this would not happen without partnerships. And I want to first again thank our key partners from Defense Innovation Unit. Thank you, Bucky, and your whole team. Awesome key partners. The Air Force Research Lab, raise your hand if you're from AFRL. They really stepped up and helped us quite a bit this year. And then the Space Systems Command, the COMSO office, I think Jeremy had to leave. And then Space Systems Command, Innovation and Prototyping. So those, and the CTIO office also has always been our key partner. So thank you for them. Through the year, they help us guide, what are the topics that we need to discuss? What do we have to write up? What are key issues we need to hear from industry? And so we're really happy for our key partners. Thank you. And then this last year, we did something really cool. We started the Space Industrial Leadership Council. And we first started out Space Industrial Council, and General Olson was like, well, I know the kids think SICK is cool, but maybe SICK isn't so good for everyone. So we ended up adding leadership. And so now it's a very smooth organization of organizations, right? And I'm really excited. We have Space Florida, Space Frontier Foundation, Aerospace Industry Association, Space Northwest, Small Sat Alliance, Atlantic Council, Satellite Industry Association, and the National Defense Industrial Association. With us today are a few of those partners. So we want to kind of pass the mic and do an introduction. First, we have Dale Ketchum, Mike Doyle, Sean Mahoney, Steve Jordan, Tomaszewski, right? Okay, I'm going to let them just say a quick hi. We have, like I said, 4 representatives from the Silk, and I know Steve Nixon was here yesterday from Small Sat Alliance.
Hi, Dale Ketchum, Space Florida. I think what I try to bring to the table is, apart from representing spaceports, because obviously that's a key part of what we're trying to do, but also to represent what states can bring to the equation in our challenge to grow the human enterprise in space, and particularly with our competition with our counterparts on the other side of the Pacific. Because I like to point out that up until the New Deal, all of the transportation infrastructure in the country was owned, operated, and paid for by states. And most of the transportation infrastructure in this country remains owned, operated by the states. So states can bring a lot to the table, and we are actively exploring how we can take that toolkit up into the heavens as well, because that's a part of the whole of the United States' ability that we're going to need to bring that capability to bear in competition. Hope that wasn't too long.
I'm Mike Doyle, president and co-founder of Space Northwest, and we are a nonprofit dedicated to maximizing the impact the Pacific Northwest has on our future in space. On your tables, you'll see an invitation to us to come to Seattle for the Advanced Power and Propulsion and Outer Net workshops of the SSIB. but also join us for a full week of programming that we're calling Seattle Space Week. Lots of things going on, and you can find out about it with the link that's in the card on your table. Looking forward to everything that's going to be coming up during that session and the ongoing partnership with New Space Nexus on this program and others. And I'll pass the mic.
Hi, everyone. I'm Steve Jordan Tomaszewski with the Aerospace Industries Association. Just want to say thank you so much, Casey, for the entire New Space Nexus team for pulling everything and everything together here. So if in case you're not familiar with the Aerospace Industries Association, we are a trade association that represents over 320 companies across the aerospace and defense industry. So we have a very robust set of space companies. Our organization really has been around for over 100 years, traditionally representing the civil aviation sector, but we do a lot of work in space these days. So we do a lot of advocacy with everything from civil space, commercial space, and national security space. So whether that's advocacy going to Capitol Hill and getting things through Congress, or working closely with our partners in the executive branch and bringing folks together. So we're always keeping our ears to the ground of what issues companies are having in the aerospace and defense industry, and then trying to find solutions for that. So thanks for having me.
Sean Mahoney from Space Frontier Foundation. The concept of the Space Frontier Foundation is to advance the human settlement of space, very much from the O'Neillian L5 Society kind of heritage. The thing that the organization has been able to do over many years is identify what are the barriers that aren't being addressed by other great organizations, and try to put some effort into, taking down the things that will slow development of human settlement of the space. And so we're very happy to support this effort. This is a great way to identify and eliminate barriers to our future in space.
Thank you all. You could just stay up here. I'm going to do a couple more announcements and then we'll get the show on the road. Also want to introduce Ilsa Mraz, who's been really great at running one of our working groups, and she's also with Steve at the Aerospace Industry Association. So basically why we did the silk is from our leader, Bucky, where he was saying, like, we really need to involve other organizations in this very important task of keeping our space industrial base in its leadership role in the nation. And so the group has gotten together about monthly. We just kind of talk about what we're going to be doing at the workshop. We're probably, we've been, New Space Nexus had fun hosting with Space Northwest once last year and with Space Florida twice. And, they host an extension of the SSIB. And as you've heard some of the panels we talk about, then it's going to be, discussed. The co-innovation sessions, which we're working on, will then be discussed further at these conferences, but we can do more. New Space Nexus tries to come in, support the organization that's hosting these partner workshops, but they're out in front and doing the host. So join us for the Space Northwest. I'm looking forward to going to Seattle and working with the team. So with that, like I said, we need lots of partners, and you probably have heard through the week, we have New Space Nexus is launching Pathways to the Stars, and we really need especially industry partners on that. And so bringing your, time, talent, treasure, both, we need mentorship, we need to have internship possibilities for a lot of our workforce, and we really need just resources to help fund some of these great programs that are out there and help us connect them, so that whole pathway isn't a bunch of pockets of good programs, but we really can put that connection with help of industry. So reach out to me. We also talked to you about the New Space Sadler report. Sponsor options are coming. That goes out to a distribution of about 6,000 plus. So it's a great opportunity possibly for your organization to be highlighted on some of those. So come talk to me or anyone on our team. And then we're also starting what's called a corporate sponsorship, where it's a fund to kind of help, uh, we will bring the supply, kind of that innovation pipeline to your company, and it's a good way for the company to sort of see that vetted innovation pipeline, be able to really understand some of the suppliers that are ready to go work with you. So that's coming soon, and it's with sort of more of the bigger companies that we're going to be talking to about that. So with that, we are going to start our program. So thank you all. I'm going to introduce the International Co-Innovation Session. Thank you, my silky partners. Okay, so can you put, okay, on these co-innovation sessions, I definitely want feedback. I have heard feedback. I would say, first of all, okay, here's the QR, and it's really great for you all to come put inputs. I do know an area of improvement is how we can display them for the panel. So the idea is the folks that are up here do a little bit of talking, but then we want to hear from you. So even if you don't want to put something in the survey, plan on coming up and adding to the session. So this session will be led by Dr. Namrata Goswami, and she's been a great help in many of our panels. We've introduced her. She's a professor, author, analyst, consultant, and we've really enjoyed hearing a lot from her expertise. And she will be joined by Steve Bucky Buteau from DIU, who we've been just introduced earlier, and then also Ron Katan from Air Force Research Lab. And I'll let Nami introduce the group. Do you want this? Or you could go sit up. Yeah. There are some slides, but we're leaving up the QR for just a bit while they get set.
Thank you, Casey. As always, it's a real pleasure to be here at New Mexico for the State of the Space Industrial Base. So I was thinking, since this is such an important topic, that we have about 45 minutes to have a discussion where we can dive deep and understand what DIU or an AFRL is doing. But a little snapshot of what actually we mean when we talk about international partnerships. I'll take about a few minutes to just show you some slides. Next slide, please. So one of the most interesting ways international partnerships, especially when it comes to space, as far as when I deal with my colleagues, friends across the world, is that the international treaties that actually were drafted in the 1960s and 70s are still very important. So they guide the partnerships, how they are actually done at the multilateral level. So while we talk a lot about bilateral relationships, which we'll talk about today, the multilateral landscape is also vital because the US plays a very critical role in terms of how these treaties are actually regulated, as well as what kind of domestic legislation is required to implement them. We also have UN guidelines as to how do you deal with issues like, for example, the militarization of space, space debris, as well as space traffic management. There's a lot of conversation, including in the International Telecommunication Union, that I have heard of that is important when we talk about international partnerships. Next slide. Now, as far as the US is concerned, in regard to the moon as a case study, the Artemis Accords is a very critical framework for partnership in regard to the moon. Till date, about 38 nations have signed it across the world, including countries from Africa. Angola, I think, was one of the latest countries. And we talked about India on the first day, and India is the Artemis Accord signatory, which is actually quite interesting because historically, India has always been very wary of Western-led structures. So I know who actually informed that decision-making process. It was at the level of the Department of Space and the Prime Minister's office that pushed for India signing this particular accord so that it becomes a member of a responsible future in regard to the moon, because we are talking about resource utilization as well as fears of militarization. Next slide, please. But at the same time, you also have China that has put out a very clear roadmap for their own China's lunar and deep space exploration. And you can see from the chart what they're hoping to achieve, very clear identification of building a base. And what is even more important is that when you listen to the conceptualization, they actually locate that in as an adversarial partnership vis-a-vis the Artemis Accord signatories. Next slide, please. And then, of course, you have the Belt and Road Spatial Information Corridor. We talked about that a lot during the question and answer. And since 2018, space is part of the Belt and Road Spatial Information Corridor. And just this year, you'll be surprised to know that on their Space Day, China had almost all nations from Latin America and the Caribbean participate. And Chinese President Xi Jinping gave a message to them that China would be happy to invest money in this particular infrastructure building. And it's extremely vital from the conversation we're going to have today, because what they are hoping to build is ground stations across Latin America, Africa, and including Europe. Sweden also had a ground station that China built in their Arctic area. Next slide, please. And then we need to consider, when we talk about US and international partnership, not just bilateral, but also the multilateral level. So you have the Asia Pacific Space Cooperation Organization that China leads. It's member driven, so you have to become a member. Next slide. But you also have allied structures like the Asia Pacific Regional Space Agency Forum led by Japan. So how do we then actually collaborate with them is vital to understand. Next slide. And then you have BRICS. Now, this is a bone of contention, and that's where sometimes India comes across as competing with the US, despite being a signatory to the Artemis Accord. Because BRICS, of course, includes China and Russia, South Africa. And then next slide, this is what happened last year. BRICS admits 6 new members, and you can see Iran as part of that as well. So it's an expanding forum, and space has become a very vital forum of building partnerships. Next slide. At the G20. So guess who is now a member of the G20? The African Union. And space is also a vital forum of partnership. And this happened under India's presidentship. So there you see, this is, I think, the challenge for US when it talks about international partnerships. I think we are living in an era where we need to have a diplomatic engagement that understands other countries' national interests, motivation, incentive structures, as well as why they behave the way they do. Without that kind of understanding, sometimes we tend to see countries from a very us versus them perspective. And I sometimes, when I listen to the other side, that's not very helpful in forwarding US leadership and US interest. Next slide. African Space Agency. As I said, Africa wants partnerships. And you know what, you'll be surprised, I give term papers to my students who are part of the different African space agencies. And I'd ask them, who would you partner with in the long term? And I don't tell them, of course, who is more beneficial. Most of them say that whoever gives us the best economic incentive and the most flexible regulatory mechanism. So there you go. You get insight from other nations as to what you're looking for in terms of building partnerships. Final slide. Next slide. And so, of course, you have the Quad, which is a very critical part of this particular international partnership building with India as a key partner. So what I'm trying to point out here is that we live in an era where international partnership is not simple. It requires very clear strategic vision of why the US wants particular countries to become partners. Second, it is not transactional. This is again something that nations complain to me when I actually engage with them in regard to space. The US sometimes comes across as very transactional. As what if we are partnering with you, what can you give us in return? And so I think transformational is what they're looking for when they are talking about space partnerships. So I'll end there and I'll open up now. And so the first question I have is to Bucky. So first introduce yourself quickly and then we'll go forward.
Good morning. So, Bucky. So what, DIU? And go ahead, what's the question?
The question is, when you think about international partnerships and the US's role in it, how would you frame it?
Well, first, I love your slide presentation because you could have also named it, great power competition. And I actually think that what we have to be cognizant of, since we haven't been really competing like this for many years, that most of these countries, big and small, are really in a position where they need to kind of hedge their investment of time and resources and try not to pick a winner too early, if I can put it in that context. So I think it's really important that we find ways. And of course, anyone in the government space knows just how difficult it is to do international engagement. There's a lot of rules, a lot of structured things. We have cooperative agreements that we have to do if we're going to mix our money or do things together as a government. Like we have the AUKUS agreement in place right now, and we're still really trying to make some meaningful wins happen underneath that agreement. And it's kind of a return to the discussion yesterday about law, policy, culture. There's overarching guidance, and then we have to figure out how to actually execute that. But that's not the only way. I think a recurring theme in our SSIB reports has been really whole of a nation. How do we do things? The commercial world can do many things that quickly that the government cannot do. Academia and even private organizations or non-government organizations, which some of what Casey briefed up, they have voice, and there's things that we can do there. So from a DIU perspective, we are really, really focused on accelerating and increasing the number of international collaborations that we have. So I mentioned yesterday, my boss, Doug Beck, is in Singapore right now. And we have other people in Japan. We have people in Europe. I'm speaking at a space forum for Africa in September. And we have to work hard to make those things happen, because otherwise it's too easy to just sit back and let those opportunities pass us by.
Well, so Ron, could you introduce yourself and also address the same question?
Yep, sure. So first of all, yeah, definitely honored to be on the panel with the two of you who I've seen at many events previously. So I'm Ron Caton. I work for Dr. Andy Williams, who was on the panel yesterday, I believe, here, Deputy Technology Executive Officer for Space S&T on the AFRL side. So with the Air Force, as we support both the Space Force needs and the Air Force needs on the Space S&T side. My role is the missionary lead for space security and international partnerships. And in that, from our office, because of the a lot of the daunting challenges and a lot of the work we have in front of us, I've been primarily, if not solely, focused on government to government relationships and building new partnerships. And that goes from the very top when General Saltzman took over as the CSO for Space Force, and he issued his LOEs for Space Force. Number 3 was partnering to win, and so the focus on, we know we're not doing this alone. We need to build partnerships. We need to work with our allies and partners and establish those relationships. And I see that as twofold. There are partnerships that we go after that are what kind of technologies can we leverage from our spacefaring partners with a lot of technologies, but there's also a lot of the challenges that get to what Dr. Goswami talked about in, countering some of the other nations building partnerships in Latin America, for example, and trying to be the partner of choice in some of those where there might be a lower return on investment on the technology side, but it's towards establishing those relationships and partnerships. And that is a challenge for the obvious reason of resources are limited, funds are limited when programs are going after topics and projects they want to work on. Being able to carve out resources to go after some of those lower technology partners are a challenge. So that's something that I'm leaning forward into in trying to help push forward in both specifically the Latin American area and then also in AFRICOM sector. So those are some of the conversations. For the look at industry type of partnerships, on the Space Force side, for those who aren't aware, they're in the Global Partnerships Office in SSIB. Mr. Merritt Garb leads the branch on commercial strategy development there and is working towards that, and has talked to me a number of times about how looking to maybe be able to emulate some of the work that DIU is doing on the Space Force side and being able to reach better to commercial partners internationally. But it is a challenge. I've seen a few faces here who I think were at the post conference in March that I was at, and I noted a number of questions that I heard asked to panel members during the post conference, and I wrote them down because I thought they were very interesting to use in an event like this in the future, where multiple times there were questions of how do international industry partners help execute PACOM needs, or how can industry help accomplish tasks under AUKUS 2? And to every single one of those questions, the answers were, this is critical, but the path is to be determined. Next question, please. Yeah. So there were lots of questions, but there were not a lot of answers. And so trying to break through some of the barriers on how we can work with the international partners. And a lot of that comes to the first step is how do we get the message out there for our needs? How do companies even reach out to us to let us know their technologies, that because anything that we will invest in does have to be directly related to a Space Force need and moving the ball in that direction. How do we get that message to them in the first place? Some of the opportunities we have are with international partners. We can develop cooperative research and development agreements, the CRADAs, that allow us to then share information, share data, work with an international industry partner. And we have established a couple of those with Indian companies recently and are starting to do some work in that area. That doesn't allow us to fund activities, but allows us to start building those relationships and maybe help them move into capabilities where they can qualify with their future U.S. ownership of their as they maybe build an office in the U.S. and help their companies. Another opportunity that I'm actively looking for with international industry partners are something to help do the foreign comparative test program, where we can get funds through the DoD to go and acquire materials that are manufactured by an international company, bring those into the U.S. and test those for capabilities and future acquisitions of those types of things. So those are areas that I'm looking at to try to help on the Space Force side through AFRL, engage with industry partners internationally.
Well, thank you. That's very in-depth, and thank you for sharing. I will have about 15 minutes for interaction. So if you have something that you want to contribute and from your experience, please feel free to come forward in about 15 minutes. So the next question is what Bucky said. So when you, I know that you had a forum focused for international partnerships. So the question that I have is, and you're saying that you will speak to the Forum for Africa. So when we use words like partner of choice, what do we really mean? So if you're talking to an international audience, why should they view the US as a partner of choice, and what do they get? So the one complaint I hear is that when the US offers that kind of positioning and framing, sometimes what those countries actually are looking for is not reflected in that particular messaging. So I would love to learn from you, from your experience with that forum you had, and to tell us, what do you mean when you say partner of choice?
Yeah, maybe that's a bad term. I think it's really more about partnerships. And if you look at just our historic relationships in Europe and other places, we have partnerships with countries who also have relationships with our peer competitors, right? So I think the space is interesting. That space is kind of evolving into almost its own kind of instrument of national power in terms of how it's being used. One of your slides you had China really touting that space is one of their ways that they're going to be building global partnerships, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I think global partnership is real, and we're going to be in this environment for a long time. I'd much rather be competing in non-military context, so economically in science and technology than militarily. And so I think these other engagements are a healthy way to kind of decompress some of the pressure on some of the other territorial issues that are coming on. One thing I'd like to just add for Ron's comment, though, is that we have the authority to fund, and we fund non-U.S. companies all the time. So they compete for contracts, and they compete in challenges. We're doing a challenge in Australia very soon on a topic of electronic warfare. We're working on a challenge concept with the IDEX right now for a challenge we're going to do in India. But on the transactional side, nothing really secures a partnership better than when we're putting money into their economy. Talk is cheap, right? And I think that's I really do with what your African partners said resonates with me, because our experience has been that the doors open for lots of different opportunities, not just with regional partners, but even with our own Five Eyes partners. So we have to really, the U.S. have to learn how to be a greater partner, and not just diplomatically, but across the whole sphere of how we have relationships offshore.
Yeah, I agree with that. I also think what I learned just now when you were speaking is that the thought that came to my mind is that when we think about engaging, be it from the diplomatic, civilian, or military side, we do need a workforce that actually is able to utilize different philosophy and strategy when engaging with different partners.
Mhm.
Sometimes I notice that we carry that same map for every single partnership, and it might not work. So that's something, it's hard, but you need also expertise and workforce, and as you said, fun. My question to Ron is that when you look out into the horizon in the next 5 years, especially from an AFRL's perspective, where do you think there is the most potential for partnership, for example, with allied nations and like-minded partners? If you could identify the top 3 or 4.
In that short of a time range to say where would we be growing the partnerships in those years, then I think that we focus on again, with my thought in mind of government to government relationships as opposed to the industry, it's the timelines that it takes to develop agreements and partnerships and MOUs that allow us to have the conversations with partners. In that timeline, we're focused on the ones that we already have the umbrella agreements with, so that now we can go deeper and start developing some of those relationships. And some of those countries who we are not from the AFRL side actively, working with on space right now, that those umbrella agreements exist are Japan and India, Brazil, Chile. Those are some of the countries that we are ready to be able to engage to start having a deeper partnership with them. And for beyond that time frame, in the next few years, I would like to start the conversation looking at some of the African nations, some of the other nations maybe in South America that we don't have those and higher level agreements with, and start moving the ball towards developing some of those. So in the next few years, I hope to establish some new agreements with our partners who we are contractually able to do so in the near term, and then start looking for who are those next partners to go after.
So then the final question I would have is about challenges, right? We talked about the framing, the vision, opportunities where we would partner. And when I say the word challenge, I'm not just saying that the US can be seen as a difficult partner. Sometimes other nations can be very difficult too, because of their own bureaucratic processes, lack of funding, which organization to go to, right? So could you give us a little bit of what challenges you face and think through when you are wanting to partner with other nations? One of the challenges, of course, I tower for the US side, but what about those nations that you, for example, in Latin America or Africa, or say Europe, what should they do to make the partnership more easier? Because I think that messaging is also vital, because sometimes I notice that nations also do not understand what the US is and how it is structured. And just because the US is not pushing a partnership quickly doesn't mean that it's not interested. It's just that the bureaucratic process is taking time. So I would love to hear your thoughts on that, because I think a global audience should hear that.
Well, I'll say one observation in that actually one of the benefits of the Space Force being created is that at least within DoD, we have a singular focal point for these type of relationships. So most everything that we do, if it regards space, we're tied to the hip with Deanna Riles, who's an international affairs coordinator at SSC and Space Systems Command. And we're working with other partners across the government space so that so we can have a cohesive message. But you know, it's not easy to figure out who's the right person to talk to, you know, unless you link up with somebody like Ron, who's been working this for a while. You know, with a lot of and you can have cooperative agreements for research and development, but you can have cooperative agreements for other things too, like testing or other things like that. So knowing what kind of cooperative agreement you need for the scope of whatever the activity is something that's very specialized, and that's in a different corner of the department than where a lot of the science and technology people reside. I will say one thing though. I believe the commercialization strategies have been really, really helpful. Our participation with a hybrid space architecture is, and that's our contribution is commercial integration to it, and we run like the wind with something that the Space Force kind of came up with, which is allied by design.
Yeah,
right?
You just took my answer to the question.
Oh, dude, I'm sorry. But anyways, well, I'll leave that alone and let you talk about that. But you heard Steve Nixon speak about the outer net and how important it is engaging with entities outside of the U.S. who have a common body for standards, and what our international partners and maybe future partners want is they want an early access to so they can have a voice in these things. And so that's kind of an example of how we're influencing things through non-government organizations. The worst thing that we could do is not deliver on the hybrid space architecture, and because it's I've spent my entire life doing coalition warfare, but when we fight as a coalition, it's usually, well, this is where the French people are, and this is where the U.S. people are, and here's where the Brits and the Canadians are, and there's a lot of caveats, and it's not really integrated in the way that we should be. And these architectures, hybrid architectures, are really going to be fundamental to how we do things, not just in a military context, but commercially and otherwise in the future.
Thank you. Please start thinking through what you're going to offer us in terms of your perspective, because I will be opening it up in about 4 minutes. Ron, please
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, so I think just building off of your answer there, that if I were to be asked like, what message could we give to the foreign industry partner who's looking for ways to collaborate? I was going to point back to the hybrid space architecture. So that's where we've had success in the last several years in some coalition projects that we've worked. And what we mean by the definition of the hybrid space architecture, we're working with foreign government partners who then are in turn working with their commercial activities in their own country and bringing together a mix of commercial and government-owned assets on projects that are things like constant custody for observation type objects. We have contract-owned sensors, a variety of sensors, electro-optical sensors, ISRs, SARs, that sort of thing, in handing off information, in tracking and keeping custody. And they are different foreign-owned assets where there's a foreign partner who has a space capability they can bring to the table for this. Our connection with them is through their government, who is part of the project with us. So we can't reach out directly, typically in contract with the foreign industry partner to do such a project, but we can work government to government relationships with their respective MOD partners who are a part of these projects, and they are in turn, working with the commercial partner to bring those capabilities in for us to help evaluate and look for future opportunities. So that is the quickest win at the moment for industry partners internationally who, looking to work with AFRL potentially, is having that connection to their own government.
There is one other, and I'll be remiss if I don't say it because my PM is staring me down right now, is our space domain awareness and its contribution to space traffic management. So there's a lot of global partnership involvement around that, and that's actually really been very good in developing tools so we can share information and have a common view of what's going on in the space domain. And that's very empowering too for there's many more countries that are not spacefaring that really want to know what's going on above them. And I think that's a great way. Those two examples are great ways. There are actually a lot of work is going on right now in the department.
Well, now I think we have, the time has come to listen to your perspective. So please come forward and tell us your comments or questions you have. Oh, I see. Yeah. So let me see. So one of the comments we have is alignment between interest in supporting, engaging with allies versus necessary security concerns and desires for domestic excellence and innovation versus the burdensome bureaucratic US position. Okay, that's what it was. Oh, I see. No, they had a headline, so that makes it now clear. Yeah. Yes. What is the question? All right, so please go ahead. Please introduce yourself and then.
Okay, here we go. So Kevin Huttenhoff, Lockheed Martin. Ron, you made a couple of statements that I think kind of cuts to heart of part of the problem. How do we get past doing development, but then requiring the company to have a US entity in order to use their product? How do we get past being able to integrate other government systems or capabilities without having to go government to government first, but once the partnership is established, being able to work those pathways in a more commercial manner?
Yeah, and I don't have an answer for that. I would lean on, if you were here, Merrick Garb on the who is working the commercial strategy for Space Force, the Global Partnerships Office, and And look for his response on that. That's something that I would continue as a future conversation with him, but echo that it
yeah.
is an issue.
I'll share my personal observation, because, when we deal with companies who are not US companies, they're really extraordinary, right? And I mean, I think I may have mentioned of it previously that we worked with, Rocket Lab before they had a US subsidiary and ISI and a few others. And today, we're really trying to build partnerships, and there's nothing more disheartening than when we work with a company, a healthy company that's offshore, and they go, "Oh, we've decided we're going to move to the US." It's like, oh my gosh, because well, it might be really good for the US, but it's really horrible for the partnership. And here's the thing, y- uh, being in the US is not necessarily a good thing if you're a young space company. It's really expensive to be here. They may be leaving an available talent pool to do it. We have the policy environment may be actually more restrictive. There's a whole host of things, and so one of the things we're trying to do is at least make sure that part of the engagement is, well, if you're going to come to set up a subsidiary in the US, there should be a purpose for it. And it should be because you're transitioning to a program or something that actually requires it, right? If you just set up a US subsidiary and you don't know why, you could be putting good money out for bad because there may be other caveats and things that need to be considered in the structure of how you set up that company. So we can't stop them from doing it, but I think as a nation, we have to make it easier for companies to do business with us. And I believe, if you look at the new strategies that are coming out, part of the industrial based strategy is also making it so that we can have offshore suppliers. There's many really very shallow areas in our supply chain that we could have robust right away if we find better ways to work with allies and partners. And they can do that commercially all day long. It's just the government really making it easier. And I mean, there's really good reasons for this, especially when we come to cybersecurity and how we protect information and data provenance, which are all very key parts of the hybrid space architecture. But we're trying to innovate around that right now so that we can make it a more permissive environment for everybody.
Anyone else with? Please come ahead.
Hey, Steve Jordan Tomaszewski with the Aerospace Industries Association. So it's interesting kind of how you're able to bring in technology from other countries and be able to take advantage of the best technology on Earth and to kind of support some of our close international allies and partners. My question is, what is the Department of Defense's role of doing the opposite, of promoting US companies to other governments potentially? We mentioned space domain awareness. One thing that I've heard from space domain awareness companies is it's challenging getting market access to sell their capabilities to other countries. And I know it's a whole government problem, not just the DoD, but be interested in your thoughts of, what's the DoD's essentially responsibility to promote US companies overseas, and if you had any good examples about that. Thanks.
Well, on the remote sensing side, I think it was really extraordinarily good for the American imaging companies when crisis broke out in Europe, because the availability. Looking back at our folks with Black Sky and others, right? So they started doing more business offshore, and I think one of the most important things there is being able to have companies that are licensed to be able to sell directly to our partners is really important. There's probably a lot of work to be done there, and especially with that commercial enterprise. One of the other companies that kind of grew through the DIU process as Leo Labs, and Leo Labs, they have ground stations all over the world. We've been to a couple of them, and in Costa Rica, that radar site returns economic benefit to the community that's in. It's actually is kind of an anchor customer in a developing business park, and the country is say, hey, we're actually part of the space community because we're hosting this radar array. So I think you're spot on about, hey, we need to get U.S. companies to go out, and we just had Lockheed up, and Lockheed has a large footprint in Australia, right? Lockheed Australia. But I tell you, again, I didn't grow up in this environment, but policy, if you have a U.S. subsidiary of a company that's offshore, and they work on things that are ITAR restricted, you have the U.S. company and the host company can't even exchange information, right? It's like, how do you develop and compete in this new environment that we're in if we can't even allow two divisions of the same company to communicate with each other? And this is where I think some of the potential for ITAR reform is going to be really important. And it, instead of it being maybe a black and white, it needs to be kind of a range of different things that are very specific about weapons versus information and other things, and so we can actually develop trust and be incentivized to have greater trust, and that's a very important aspect of how we should be doing all these integrated architectures in the future.
Yeah, it's I don't know if it's a direct answer to your question, but that was a great comment as it builds on the earlier question of being the partner of choice, because that's one of the things that we need to make clear in trying to being the partner of choice. Is it's not a one-way relationship where we're just trying to build that partnership and then take what we can from those countries, but it's a two-way partnership where we are giving back. And I don't, in my role, see a lot of that in understanding how the DoD might be helping to promote other businesses overseas, but I do see in communities that I'm involved with, messaging, for example, the flooding in Brazil very recently where there were natural disasters, and they're reaching out through the DoD saying, like, we need some imagery in these areas to help us with these, and then those messages being filtered back and commercial images, being acquired through U.S. systems that are being provided to the partners. So I do see active role in DoD helping to reach out to some of our partners that we're building relationships with and providing them information and services from U.S. commercial funds. But I think that's a key thing that needs to be front and center in building those partnerships.
Thank you. We have about 5 minutes left. Any other comments, questions? Please go ahead.
Nate Gap, project manager and global partnership lead, working for Bucky in the space portfolio. Just wanted to add to the conversation about recognizing U.S. companies and trying to break down those barriers and incentivize more cooperation with partner and allied governments. It's in our best interest as well. DIU's model is we want to be one of many customers. We don't want to be the primary customer. It's not your best business case. It's not good for the government. That goes for other countries as well. So it's in our best interest to make partner key allies like, say, Australia, for example, one of your customers as well. And then we're exploring ways to get out of the way of doing business with those countries. So pursuing avenues like direct commercial sales versus foreign military sales. Why do we need to be in the middle of that transaction if it's better done directly between you and that customer? We're also moving out on some efforts. Global responsive space is an effort that I'm pushing to make good on the technology safeguard agreement with Australia, for example, and AUKUS as well. So things like that, we have these new authorities that we need to move out on sooner than later to really kind of plant that firm foot that we're serious when it comes to cooperating with governments and opening those doors for industry to move into those new markets. So just wanted to throw that out there. Thanks.
Any other question, comment? I have, yeah, please come in.
While Peter's walking up, I do want to throw some props at our friends from IBOS who came here from Germany, right? Because we flew the ISSI interface as an integral part of some work we're doing with one of the US companies. And we didn't have to do anything other than the US company was like, hey, we want to raise the TRL of this technology. And we had it on the International Space Station for what, almost 6 months, right? Almost 11 months, right? So it shows why I show, but they and that was very easy to make happen. And I think that's wonderful. And I don't think they would be here if we didn't have this relationship already, right? And so I would encourage all of you. You have unique superpowers as being the commercial sector for space, which is, go source technology, the best technology for your applications, and don't just look at US companies. Because you really want your products and services to work. You should be picking the very best, right?
Maybe a comment first and then maybe get to the question. I wanted to follow up on the discussion about the US government's role in opening international markets for US space companies.
Could you introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm Peter Wagner, CEO of BlackV, formerly with Black Sky. I think what I see in the market is the US government space investments are fairly flat. There's not a huge amount of growth over the next 5-10 years. And the real growth opportunities I'm seeing are in the international marketplace, especially the war in Ukraine and conflicts, in other parts of the world are really causing the next tier countries to really start thinking about how to build space capabilities. And as I bounced around the world talking to a lot of these governments, I would often come out of the meeting to run right into the Chinese space company representative. And those countries are making very aggressive moves to make export a key part of their space strategy. And I don't think the US is doing that. I don't see in any of our strategic documents policy coming out of the National Space Council or other places saying, we're going to ensure that the US market leads in the international marketplace. And so that's an observation. So my question is really, what should we do as a community and maybe in this report to identify that and provide recommendations up to the National Space Council, up to Department of Commerce and other organizations to really take that on?
I really think this is one area where I would really encourage organizations that are actively competing in this global competition environment to provide us with the feedback and be very loud and clairvoyant about it, because right now, and this is not a new problem, as Peter said, as soon as we did, starting back in like 2017, as soon as we started doing commercial SAR, the licensing restrictions on it were so restrictive that there was no way that any of our US companies would be able to compete with the foreign offerings. And it is pleasing to see that the resolution thresholds keep dropping. A big part of that is because we're competing in the marketplace against these Chinese imaging companies. But it's not just about that. Information's perishable. So if you say, well, you have a latency requirement where you can't release an image, for some extended period of time, it loses its value. And so all the competing industry has to do offshore is just make the information more readily available, and they'll crush us. And the reason why I think this is so very important is I brought up the parable, if you will, or the story of the autonomous drones and how we really just lost that entire market to China. DJI in China controls that marketplace. And we spent a lot of money and almost a decade to try to get, work our way back. And we've only gained maybe like 10% of that market. So, so the commercial space sector, this is a primary concern because we've democratized space, and it's going to be a lot easier to go and get things, but people want value for their money, and they don't want politics, right? And we're good enough to figure out how to maintain our advantage with all the government capabilities that we're building that really give us a unique viewpoint, and also the algorithms, the AI that we use coupled with the imagery to tell us things that we need to know.
Okay, so we are out of time. So, but thank you so much, Bucky and Ron, for actually such a substantive.
Hey, can I say one more thing? Casey wouldn't know this, but Peter was really a great impetus for the very first SSIB workshop that we did. And he was like sending me emails to say, we got to do this. We have to get a forum together. So make sure you share some credit with Peter for being a catalyst for SSIB.
Yeah, and I just want to say that it's really vital we had this conversation, because when I teach to my students, what I show them is a chart from the Cold War, which had 5 countries investing in space and building space agencies today. And then I show them a chart of today. There are 76 nations with space agencies. The world has changed. And so sometimes I wonder if Cold War-based treaties and ITAR, for example, we talk a lot about reforming it. I really want to know where we are in the process of doing that. So maybe something to think and think through as we go out of this conference. So thank you so much. And Casey, I hand it over to you.
Bucky, I have to tell you, I've mentioned, here you go. Thank you. I've mentioned it a couple times, and Bucky, the reason we're here as your partner with this SSIB is because of Peter, because the same time frame he was bugging me, Casey, you need to do this. This New Space needs to do this. So yes, definitely I see you two as the beginnings of this. Okay, so next we have challenges with the supply chain, and I texted. Okay, and we have Steve Jordan Tomaszewski leading the way, and Peter Wagner from Black V will be joining, as well as Chris Quilty virtually. We had to do some shifting. Well, Chris Quilty actually was supposed to be here earlier in the week and ended up having flight issues. So, and then do you have another person?
Yes. David Beck.
Oh, David Beck. Okay, good. David Beck, calling David Beck. Oh, is that? Oh, oh, good. And then there's a QR code if you want. Basically, what we're going to do is the discussion that you add through the QR code. We'll have that ready to document in the report, but we'd really like for you all to plan on coming up and on the discussion time come up, and then we'll also look and see what comes in through the QR codes too. So either way, but thank you, David Beck, for joining us, and Steve, take it away.
Do we have Chris Quilty? Chris, are you with us? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you good.
Perfect. All right. Thanks very much. All right. Well, welcome everybody to this co-innovation session on supply chain. So when I think of the state of the space industrial base, my first thought is the state of the supply chain. And I know that means a lot of things to a lot of different people, but was really kind of hoping to get to unpack that a bit here today, talk about the health of the supply chain, and really kind of have more of a hardware focus. And there's a lot of changes happening in the space enterprise these days. We have satellite constellations that are getting proliferated. You know, what used to just be a handful of satellites is turning into thousands. We have lots of different developments happening with space launch vehicles. In the launch market right now, there's a lot of innovation happening there. But with all that happening, there's new materials getting used, new technologies getting integrated, new components, and it can stress the supply chain. So, the other kind of context I think it'd be good to frame this in is we're realizing that sometimes there's actually a lot of vulnerabilities and challenges in the supply chain. There might be a lot of fragility. And I think there's challenges, recent challenges. I think even things like COVID really highlighted a lot of the supply chain issues that a lot of manufacturers had, whether it's even getting their hands on raw materials to start to make very low level components, or kind of some of those more advanced components and integrating everything together. I think COVID really kind of showed us where some of our vulnerabilities are, and especially where some of those manufacturing vulnerabilities might be. It could be just relying on a single mom and pop shop that might be the only company out there making a particular component, and I think there's been some vulnerabilities there. Also, recently, we've seen things like conflict have big impacts on the supply chain. The most recent invasion of Ukraine by Russia, I think, showed how we are a very interconnected global supply chain, and there were even a number of raw materials that we depended on in the space industry from Russia and Ukraine that the most recent conflict kind of highlighted and kind of dried up some of those things. I also think that a big challenge is inflation, right? And how that impacts everything. We've heard a lot from, especially the Department of Defense these days, about kind of shifting to more of a firm fixed price, contract model, which takes a lot of the risk away from the government. But if you pair that with things like inflation, and maybe you don't have a way to adjust those contracts later, there's certain a lot of examples these days where individual components might be 30-40% higher cost than they were the year before for a number of reasons. So inflation impacts are still with us. They're going to continue, and especially when we have from the U.S. government perspective, fiscal constraints with Congress, kind of pairing that with how we're trying to put more capabilities in the hands of the warfighter at the end of the day, really, kind of highlight some of those challenges. Workforce is something that we constantly hear from companies of, being a big supply chain inhibitor. Of you have the generation of baby boomers starting to age out and retire, but you don't have the same level of experience and expertise kind of coming into the market and coming into the space industry to be able to really either manufacture parts, put things together, and I think it's just going to be an issue that's going to be growing for quite some time, and not just for STEM degrees and engineering jobs, but there's also a shortage of workforce when you're talking that skilled technical labor. Folks that are doing welding, machining, coding. Maybe they don't need to have a degree to do that, but I think that's something that's also a big challenge for the space industry right now. And so if we are identifying challenges in the supply chain, the question becomes, can we move quickly enough to actually fix anything? And what's the role of the U.S. government, if there is a role to fix things? Because a lot of times businesses are just moving so quickly and responding to their customers, they might not have time to wait for a multi-year government program to get up and running to try to fix an issue or vulnerability. So I think we're going to unpack a little bit of that here today. But then in the good news front, I think we do have a lot of opportunities right now looking at the space supply chain. So just have seen a lot of awareness happening out there. There's a lot of, especially folks from the U.S. government, they are listening to what is really troubling companies, which I think is something to really commend. Trying to understand where those vulnerabilities are, where the risks are in the supply chain, and trying to see, again, if there is a role for government to fix those types of things. You have major legislation that's getting passed, things like the Chips and Science Act, where the government recognizes that there might be supply chain vulnerabilities where it's appropriate to make a strategic investment to boost, especially domestic manufacturing capabilities, which things like that, I think, are a great example of recognizing the problem and then trying to find solutions that are really going to help, especially our U.S. domestic industry across the board. Earlier this year, we saw the Department of Defense release the National Defense Industrial Strategy, which really tried to highlight the Department of Defense's role of recognizing those vulnerabilities and areas where that the Department of Defense would like to make sure that we're shoring up and adding some resiliency into the different supply chain. And then many of you may be aware there's been strategic investments from the Department of Defense that have also come into play. So things like Defense Production Act Title III funding that is actually making its way to try to fix issues in the supply chain, I think is something to recognize and give the Department of Defense some credit for. Last month, you might have seen that there was the first space-specific Defense Production Act Title III funding contract that was cut to shore up to help space qualified solar cells in the supply chain for that. And that was specifically for germanium, which is a kind of a critical mineral used in space qualified solar cells. But with all of the supply chain risks to the U.S. government overall, the space specific things is really what I was hoping we would unpack a little bit here today, and just try to understand, in the overall aerospace and defense industry, space might be a pretty small sector comparatively, but there's also a lot of very unique things to manufacture satellites and launch vehicles. It's really good to see that there are some solutions that are coming that especially the U.S. government is leaning forward on and trying to fix issues as they see them. So with that, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna open it up to our panelists to maybe give some initial comments and thoughts about this topic. We're gonna dive into a couple of questions, and then we will also open it up to the audience here. So if Peter, maybe we'll start with you of where are we with space supply chain and how does your company see it?
Sure, happy to jump in. You guys can hear me okay. Well, first of all, thanks. I could talk about this topic all day long, and you'll probably have to yank the mic out of my hands at some point here because I get really fired up about this. And maybe to just go backwards through some of your comments a little bit. First, the issue of germanium wafers in solar cell production. If you're not all aware of this, today, currently, all of the germanium wafers that we build triple junction, multi-junction solar cells on that supply all of our high performance satellites on orbit, including DoD and commercial, all come from China. And that is the only source today for germanium wafers to build triple junction solar cells on. We identified that issue in the very first State of the Space Industrial Base workshop. I think, Bucky will tell me the year, I think it was 2018. So it took us, how many years is that? 6 years to get to maybe a response. And it was great to see some money starting to move into that area. But what that means is at any point, the Chinese suppliers could decide not to ship germanium wafers to us, and we would very soon after that not launch another satellite. And so those kind of issues are really critical, and you have to dig really deep into these supply chains to understand where those kind of vulnerabilities are. So that's kind of comment number one. Comment number two about the workforce. I think this is a huge issue that is not well recognized across the country today. And that is, in fact, our population is declining. And if you look at the reports that are coming out on this, the current reproductive rate in the United States is about 1.7 children per adult woman. And the sustainment rate has to be above about 2.2. So the only way we are actually maintaining a consistent population today is through immigration. If you look at the rest of the world, they're in much worse shape than we are. Western Europe, Germany, France, they have much faster declining population rates. South Korea is the fastest aging population on the planet. And when you start looking around the world about where do we get these high-tech capabilities that we all enjoy and give us the quality of life that we have, they all come from countries that are over the next 10 years going to have massively aging populations and aging workforces. So this is a problem that we are going to face. It's not just in the aerospace sector, it's across the entire industrial base of the Western world. So new technologies are emerging that may make each engineer and each technician more productive. Things like artificial intelligence tools that make each engineer, each technician better, autonomy, robotic assembly test, all those kind of things are going to be really critical over the next 10 years to be able to sustain the kind of production rates that we've sustained over the last couple decades. That's comment number 2. Comment number 3, and I'll finish with this, is that the space industrial base today is not a true commercial market. I just hired a guy to be my contracts guy, and he had come from another sector of the industrial base. And over the first 2 months that he was working for us, he said, I have never signed so many non-disclosure agreements in my entire career. And the reason he has to sign these is that the way the space industry works today is not like you don't just get online and look at a catalog and say, I want to buy that part and here's the tech data sheet on it and here's the price. No, you have to send a non-disclosure agreement to that company. They review it, they review yours, that takes a week. And then maybe after you've signed that, they will slide across the table a tech data sheet. And then you can start looking, okay, this might work. And then you send them a ROM. And then maybe a couple weeks later, they slide one back to you that sort of says, here's what we think we can do this for in this amount of time and this amount of cost. It is the furthest thing from the way the commercial sector works and all the other, major parts of the industrial base. And it just points out that we're still very much operating in this kind of Swiss watch production line down at the component level. To build that, we've really got to grow the larger commercial marketplace for space, make this a bigger market so that companies are building things ahead of need, having catalog items, things on the shelf, and we're light years away from that today.
Thank you. David, over to you.
That was a very good explanation. If I go as deep as him, because I'm a federal employee and I can't speak from my own perspectives. I think the first point about germanium, all the precious metals, I think within Space Force, we're doing a really good job of working with our CETAs and FRDCs to find the areas in which the critical technologies are either lacking or benefiting so that we can stand up these organizations through Title III DPA, other organizational constructs of funding from DOD, DLA, other entities, not just DOD, but from the Commerce Department or NIST or Department of Energy. So it's mostly of a combination of willing from the government standpoint to look at all these opportunities. Because if you look at it from just Space Force, yes, but every other organization is using the same materials, lithium-ion batteries, all these different materials, and trying to figure out ways to do better adaptability in space, longevity, taking legacy systems and actually reformatting them to make them more agile to last longer. So there's a lot of efforts going on. Also with the Futures Command, DEFCON, they're going down to Australia and New Zealand, working with other nations in mining and companies to see where we can explore opportunities to take those metals out of certain materials, germanium, for instance, in small portions. And if you take a small portion from several opportunities, you can have a larger tonnage of material you can use across the industrial base for space. So there's a lot of efforts going on. I think sometimes from a public standpoint, we don't see the needle moving fast enough. It can be political, but I think sometimes it's mostly of the combined efforts are so large, so decentralized. The public doesn't understand how much has been going on. So from our standpoint, we're trying to correlate all that willing together, working with our partners like NRO and OUSD, Secretary's Office, other offices within the Commerce Department to figure out how we can mitigate these concerns and bring these technologies and materials and minerals to the warfighter. So we talked about germanium, we talked about the wafers. When I first took this position about 16, 18 months ago, we had stuff sitting at DLA and stockpile. So our team decided due diligently to push to get those technologies, those materials out of stockpile to the vendor who was standing up a new organization in Ohio. And a lot of work went into that, like background work. It took months. It took us about 5 months to get this shipped over to the vendor. So it's nothing can happen overnight. You know, it's not like Amazon or FedEx or Costco. You go pick up something that's shipped to your house and, you know, within 3 to 5 days. It's a lot of work. So to do that, we're trying to figure out ways to do it faster and quicker. We're actually working with DLA to see if they can set up a space-centric office to handle all the materials, all the metals, all the raw materials, all the electronics, everything that's now is decentralized throughout different offices at DLA so that we can get reports. These reports be in a strategy session to see where we are lacking tonnages, areas of concern, get those to Space Force, get those all to NRO, to all our partners, NGA, so that we all understand where we stand. We can make decisions quantifiably together in a unified approach. That is the only way the space industrial base would move forward because it's such a large area of opportunity, but it's also a large area of holes and opportunities that have not been found or fixed because of the presence that people don't understand how space is really set up. It's not like aerospace. It's not like land or sea. There are so many opportunities, but yet so many deficiencies because our supply chain industrial base is not up where it needs to be at. And we are tagged, each and every one of us in this room, in the government space, to make sure we do a better job to stand it up. On the second part of the workforce development, we have the same challenges in the space industry, space for governments that the private sector does. So what we're trying to do is, part of one of the things I'm trying to do is maybe re-educate a lot of the different private sector jobs to say, hey, let's add some space influence to it. So back in January, a couple of us from Space Force took leave and went up to a university, Illinois State University. And what we did is we talked to the dean of the business school. We talked to the provost. We had a meeting with the president of the Illinois State University. Talk about how can we add space-centric opportunities to teach kids in business school more about space so they can take that effort and maybe come and be a PMO program manager one day at Space Force headquarters or at one of our Philcom offices. But also not just Space Force, but to work with other areas, including the private sector, because business is business. Space is just another part of that business. If you're doing any kind of trade school, add a space-centric opportunity to that within those university or trade schools or community colleges to add to that space. And if you're doing something on the ground that can be adequately used in space, put in some workforce developments within the local communities, cities, state efforts to build that out. And if your community doesn't have that, go to your senators, your legislative bodies and talk to them about, let's work closely with the DOD, with the small businesses in the area to repurpose and reprogram those people to help with the workforce development cycle. In the interim, we do have a lot of foreign nationals in universities who are seeking opportunities. And I agree with everybody said this week, they are very educated, but since we cannot really go through the barriers from our perspective to getting those students in the door at Space Force, because most of the stuff we do are highly classified programs, highly classified systems, and it's not that easy to break those barriers. And that's not up to us to do it at that level. That's a higher level approach. We can actually use these universities to NISN, National Security Innovation Network, and get them to do these tag ups to innovate these kids, get these programs work. We just did an FPGA program with Southern California, USC, and it was very successful. A 40-page document, how to do a lower cost FPGA. And everybody knows FPGAs and how much it costs to get these built in different stages for different satellite constellations and different sizes of satellites. So that is an opportunity to go to. We're also working with a local DIU within Southern California, as well as our NISN representatives as well, to figure out ways to use venture funds, local funds to help startups, build them an opportunity to build their companies. A lot of companies don't know how to even do business. They just know how to build a product. And that part of the business cycle is what's keep them going throughout the years when they're trying to do public-private partnerships with commercial and government. Because the government, yeah, it's very tough to get into, but the commercial side as well, They need to be formable and prepared and adapted for those markets as well. So there's a lot of opportunities there from a workforce development. And we can go on and on about that. I don't want to sit here and take that stage for that. But the third bullet about status of the industrial base, excuse me, that was the industrial base, get what I'm about to say. So as we go forward with industrial base efforts, I think it's important to look at how we mitigate cooperative agreements. We talked about earlier today with the international partners. We are doing a lot of work here at Space Force Command, SSC, to work with Canada because Canada is under the DFARS. And you can actually do work with DFARS in terms of Canadian companies right away. You have to go through the litigation processes, the paperwork trails. We had a meeting early this year with a Canadian official who's a DPA Title III official. She came down. We had a really good meeting with our International Affairs Office, how we can do better networking, better communicative tag ups in terms of industrial base. Because up until 2 years ago, Canada was doing a majority work for NASA. And they're looking at doing more work at DoD partnerships, as well as UK and Australia. And to the AUKUS comment earlier, I think from an AUKUS standpoint, Navy really kind of pushed that. DoD got in with Space Force being stood up to say, we need to do the same thing as Navy's doing and lead that effort. But a lot of AUKUS opportunities are being, there's so many opportunities to work with space mining down in Australia, with some of the stuff that's going on in New Zealand, especially with Germany and other companies jumping in. I know we refer to the company, the Five Eyes as Five Eye Plus, because there's so many companies and so many organizations who want to come up and work with U.S. DoD efforts. So I'll just give you guys a little bit of transparency. We have a conference in the fall. General Gutlein put it together when he was at SSC. Now he's a VSSEO. And the conference is about international partnerships with Five Eye Plus nations. I will welcome you guys once we get it stood up. It's probably be on the SSC website or reach out to someone at Space Force Command. We can give you it's going to be at Chantilly at the Aerospace Corporation campus. And it's about talking not just with the big primes, because I know the big primes are always brought up, but the small, medium-sized primes and mom and pop businesses who are really eager to get involved with not just working with DoD, but working cross-functionally across the whole space complex, right? So that's something I think that's important to make our small businesses stand up very strong so we can have a very force-driven and very resiliency in supply chain industrial base. So I hope that was good enough. I probably forgot half the questions, but I was trying to get stuff in, so thank you.
No, it's a good overview. Thanks very much. And Chris, over to you, if you wouldn't mind giving us some opening comments about the space supply chain.
Yeah, so for those of you that don't know me, I am a financial analyst. I've been covering the industry for 25 years. So I don't build anything. I can't give you any real world experiences, but I talk to about everybody in the industry from ground equipment and software and silicon to satellite manufacturers and launch. And what I would say is, yeah, we had this COVID period where everything sucked, and that was understandable. What I would say is, God, what is it now? Like 4 years out from COVID, things are still really funky, like more funky than I would think they should be at this point in time. And again, I'm saying that from the context that here's companies put up excuses, right? They're reporting earnings and they missed, and these contracts are moving to the right, or this delivery is slow. And just to maybe throw out a couple examples of things that seem weird. A lot of commercial contracting stuff has slipped to the right. You've seen on the supply chain side, obviously, a lot of these big geo satellites that should have been built in 3 years took 7. And there are other, speaking of geos, I mean, the big new software-defined satellites that SES and Airbus and Thales Alenia Space are building are like 3 years late. And this is a big issue as the geo guys are trying to compete, with the up and coming non-geo constellation. So these issues in the supply chain have very, very real world consequences for the companies. Now, one place I would say where the supply chain has gotten really good is on the launch side. And I think it only gets better as we go forward, not only with Starship, but Vulcan and ABL and Firefly. And crap, I started mentioning names. I'm not going to mention somebody and they're going to be mad. So I'm stopping. But getting access to space is not an issue, but building stuff still really is. Now, my perspective here is that for really, prior to 2015, there was no venture investing in this space. 2015 was sort of a tip over year where, we had seen about I ran the numbers. It was $120 million a year globally in the decade prior to 2015, 120 million a year globally, venture investments into space. And since 2015, it's been billions of dollars a year and dozens of companies being funded. But here's the problem. Venture capital, which has become critical to a lot of the early stage development in this industry, which wasn't true prior to 2015, it's in the dumps, right? Since the SPAC peak of 2021, venture funding is down by over 50%. And, to make it even worse, venture investors, I mean, yes, they're investing in space, but this is all new to them, right? And the models that they like are two guys writing code in an apartment. They don't historically like CapEx heavy stuff. And we are a CapEx heavy industry, though interestingly enough, we're seeing lots of software startups. But regardless, the problem is this: of the 10,000 venture capital firms in the United States, well, maybe 15% will invest in hardware. And of the 15% that invest in hardware, how many invest in space hardware? And, add to that, we've had 2 going on 3 straight years of down funding. Investors have become much more tepid around investing in things that have very large CapEx tails. So here's the conundrum we're in. The industry clearly needs a lot more volume, just in terms of components, boring stuff like star trackers and reaction wheels and solar panels, and you name it. And that is not the type of stuff that the venture community wants to fund. It is really, really difficult. This is where I think having organizations like AFRL and DIU coming in and making investments that send an indication to commercial investors that, yeah, there is a demand for this product. And to be clear, I mean, we all love to think about the potential for the commercial industry, but the reality is, for a lot of these new markets that we're seeing and new constellations that are being launched, the primary customer is the government. So getting a government award, grant, loan, whatever it is for a government service that will be procured, I can't overemphasize the importance of it. That said, eventually, the government can't be the only customer, and these companies do have to develop commercial business lines, and they need to raise that private capital because the government, again, can't fund everything into infinity. That said, I will touch on one comment that was made earlier, and I really never focus on this subject, and I just hope the government has our six here, is when you talk about the rare earth metals. I mean, that is and it's not space. I mean, it's aerospace defense, it's manufacturing. We in the space industry can't be responsible for securing a supply of germanium, but I hope somebody in the government is taking that as a huge priority, because it doesn't matter how many manufacturers of solar panels you have. If there is no germanium, we ain't making solar panels.
No, thanks very much, Chris. And actually, on that point, really quick, we have a paper on our AI website about the top 12 critical minerals that are experiencing shortages across the aerospace and defense industry. Everything from germanium to titanium and copper, and some things that you might not even think about. So we put that out kind of recently. So just offer that as a resource to folks. Okay, great. So Peter, you mentioned that germanium was brought up at this conference a number of years ago. And now we finally have a $14 million contract that the Department of Defense cut just last month, which will probably take more time to build up the capability and trickle down to actually getting fully integrated into the supply chain. But was hoping to get the panel's thoughts on what you're seeing today as kind of some of the biggest shortages, whether that's critical minerals or if you wanted to maybe highlight some components. I think we've touched on a couple of components already, but just, where are the top couple of issues that you're seeing today? Hopefully it won't take another 6 years or so to solve some of these problems, but what's at the top of your minds?
I think you touched on germanium, and we kind of helped push that effort along. There's two funding efforts. There's one through Title III for germanium, and there's another one through the State Department. So there's actually enough in the pipeline to help us push germanium forward. But there's other minerals along with that. I mean, the lithium issue is a big issue too, because we're using batteries on everything from cell phones to remote controls to car batteries. That's a lot of lithium. We got to look at areas to use different materials that have better resiliency for adapting batteries and also using space because of the complexity to mine these precious metals. And we don't do a lot at the US because that's also in other countries. And then we have to bring that home so we can do more manufacturing here. So they're building a giant plant in Kentucky for lithium. There's a car plant, but they're doing dual purpose to do space and batteries as well as car batteries. And there's an effort in Carlsbad. I mean, maybe the wrong city. I apologize, but it's in California where they're looking at doing space batteries, making the small 9-volt batteries and put them in packs, and then use them for space systems with small sats and medium-sized space applications. So right now we're publishing a CTL critical technologies list with aerospace, and we're trying to adapt that into an electronic copy so you can just go in and go into the critical technologies list and pull up the list and see how there's an issue where it's not enough supply chain around that particular metal or substance or material, and then you can see where it's located and how the supply chain goes globally to domestically. So we can figure out ways to fix it, and then the NRO as well and NASA use the same concept. But that's basically, I can give you a bunch of numbers and names, but I think overall those three are very, very critical right now. And then there's others too that keep popping up every day. So
from my vantage point, the companies that I'm working with, and Chris kind of mentioned this, that you look at some of the earnings reports that have been published in the last couple months, and there are a lot of companies that have missed their profit projections because their satellites were late being delivered from the vendors. Either they were building or had a company on contract to build. When you dig in the next level and try to understand, okay, what made them late? What I see, a couple areas, flight computers, still an area where I don't think the industry is delivering on the pace that need to be delivered to maintain those kind of schedules. Recently, there was a lot of issues with propulsion systems. A number of companies were baselining the same prop system, electric propulsion system. That company ran into some financial trouble, and it's really slowed down a lot of deliveries. So what I see is really at that, not at the rare, I don't see the industry at the kind of rare earth level, metal level, but more at the component level, and it's just not robust today. You order a part and you really can't tell when it's going to be delivered in some cases.
Thanks. Chris, did you want to maybe comment on some specifics you're seeing? I know you already mentioned a couple.
Yeah, so just to follow on Peter's comment, have been just numerous issues we've seen where companies, because of supply chain issues, have decided to insource. So not that this was necessarily because of problems, but Hawkeye 360 was using Toronto Space Lab, or Toronto, I forget the exact name, the university related manufacturing, and ended up bringing it in-house. You've got other vendors like Cesium Astro that seems to be building out a full satellite manufacturing capability. I think last month, AST Space Mobile, which does a lot of what they do internally anyways, they had a big delay. Stock got cratered because they had two supply chain providers that caused issues, and they resolved one of them and then ended up bringing the other part in-house. And I think it's been a trend we've seen here in the last couple of years, is more and more companies deciding to bring internally and vertically integrate key components themselves. And I don't know, like from a macro picture, how much sense that makes. Like in mature industries, certainly you tend to see a lot more specialization, and maybe the industry will trend that way over time. I mean, once your constellation's built and you're just maintaining and incrementing, do you really want to own the factory and everything else associated with it? So it may be that, you know, somewhere down the line we see that swap out. But, you know, for now, the supply chain challenges are causing a lot of companies to bring in-house things that they normally would have just outsourced.
No, thanks, Chris. Oh, David, you have something else you want to comment on?
So majority of my background is manufacturing. I spent about 20 years in aerospace and automotive. So yeah, taking things in-house kind of saves, have a better quantifiable quality control perspective of that. Also, it saves money from internally by using internal resources to guide the process for manufacturing. But eventually, as you said, they probably bring it back out. But I think because of the way things are going right now, a lot of companies are saying, we'll cut the cost, bring it in-house, we can control it. It gives us a better opportunity to look at the life cycle from beginning to when it's shipped to the customer, so we can have a better understanding of how it's going out. Because relying on second and third vendors when the supply chain is very much all over the place, and you're getting stuff from different countries and not necessarily been tested or well versed at if this metal is really sustainable for space and things like that, is causing a lot of the problems as well, and spurs logistics trying to ship things from many locations.
Well, thanks. So I'm going to have one more question for the panel before we kind of open it up to the audience and everything here. But I also am going to take a little bit of moderator's prerogative to mention a couple of other components that I've been hearing have had some issues, especially over the last year. So we mentioned star trackers, reaction wheels, wiring harnesses are hard to get a hold of these days. Space qualified radios and crypto and traveling wave tube amplifiers. So I'm just going to kind of blast that out there.
What have you not named so far in the whole spacecraft bill of materials?
Go down the full
Yeah, I think
list
that's
of,
pretty much everything.
satellite components, yeah. And then propulsion, you mentioned electric propulsion, but there's also a lot of issues with just nozzles and tanks and kind of more on the chemical side there too. So yeah, pumps, valves. With all of that, my last question to the panel before we open it up is, what, and we touched a little bit of this already, but what can the government do to actually help fix things here? Can it go fast enough? What's the U.S. government's role? What are the right mechanisms? We touched on everything from Defense Production Act funding to Defense Logistics Agency pieces. Hadn't heard about the State Department funding aspects, but yeah, just interested in the panel's thoughts of where are the right touch points? Where should the government be putting the foot on the gas to make things happen quicker? Or also, if there's any thoughts on where might it be appropriate for the government to just kind of step back and let industry kind of work itself out?
So I add one caveat to that. I got brought into the discussion recently about a few months ago. Space Force didn't have a place at the table for America Makes. America Makes is an OUSD effort that spun out. We needed more help and more funding in additive manufacturing. So I attended an event back in Youngstown, Ohio, about 2 months ago as a Space Force representative to talk about how can we do better for additive manufacturing. And during that process, I learned that there's been a lot of efforts pushed over about a decade to help push this effort up. But I think a lot of people think that the government should go ahead and just do it, and we'll just jump in later. And as a test case, we may be able to do that. But I think fusing the opportunities for a community approach for state, local governments, cities, municipalities to jump in the effort to build out the manufacturing, 3D manufacturing, additive manufacturing for different materials and components would be very, very will help resiliency in the supply chain. I know here in New Mexico, we have a lot of land. We can do that way. We can build some opportunities here to do the same thing. We talked about that in Oklahoma City. Ohio, Youngstown is an old steel city areas. We can repurpose some of these facilities to do so. I think it would take a little effort with DOD to look at centers of excellence across the manufacturing plateau to help do some of these things. But America Makes is one of the good transparencies. I know some people probably tried and say, well, it's expensive. Yeah, manufacturing is expensive. I mean, you look at some of the companies that are doing their own additive manufacturing, it's very expensive. I think to make it more conducive for small businesses and organizations who are here today, we need to look at a package of how we do this, maybe packaging several different machining efforts into maybe a cube or a module setting so that you can build out your prototypes, build out your MVPs, and then give that to the government to test and fly up on orbit. And then from that standpoint, build out your resiliency for your manufacturing process through these type of incubators within the municipalities, utilizing OECD, Space Force, and other entities support. And then from that, you can get a lot of private sector investment, because I know it's very hard to manufacture stuff with the people who do not know what they're doing, besides the owners and the creators of some of these small businesses who really understand the concepts of doing so. So to tell someone else to build something that I have near to my heart, it's kind of hard to let go of that and to make that thing as important as it is to me, to them, and actually have a repeatability process on that. So I think from a supply chain industrial base for Space Force, we are here to help as much as we can on that. So anybody can reach out to me if you want to know about some of the programs they have. There's several programs going on with Army as well, where they can do one-off, and they have funding available to create different components that have not been created in years. The blueprints are lost. From that standpoint, we need to have a coalition of willing to have these programs available to small businesses as well, not just to agencies, so that we can get these programs running and get these vendors running and have a better manufacturing supply chain base.
Yeah, maybe a couple of comments. One, when I look at those components that you listed, reaction wheels, star trackers, propulsion systems, the real problem today at those vendors is that they don't have a warm production line. They don't build the parts until they get the order. And the industry is so lumpy today between big programs turning on and off that they're turning on and off their production lines and turning on and off employees. And the only way to solve that, I think, is to increase the demand, to increase the demand, you have to increase the market, make it a bigger market. I think there's two ways to make the market bigger. One is the international marketplace. And I really appreciated your question about what is the US government's role in expanding the export opportunities for US companies. I think that's really important, step one. Step two, I've been really pleased, excited to see the replicator initiative coming out of OSD. Today really focused primarily in the maritime and airborne sector, but OSD has recognized that to counter some of our near-peer adversaries with manufacturing at scale, we've really got to reshore a lot of the production systems for those kind of drone capabilities and other things. And so I think really expanding out that kind of replicator strategy into the space domain will also help grow the marketplace that will then ultimately filter down to those next level suppliers.
Thank you. So I've heard the space industrial base and supply chain being characterized as lumpy and now funky. Chris said earlier, so Chris, over to you. What's the government's role in fixing everything?
Yeah, so like I said, I'm a big fan of the government identifying core technologies and investing in it as a way to send a signal to the market. I do think there's a big donut there in the middle where I don't have a good solution. Are the private markets the right mechanism to fund the development and scaling up of these companies? But I'll give you a different model. I was just thinking about it. Flip over to Canada, right, with the Telesat constellation, and there's clearly a whole of government effort there through Telesat and as a prime contractor, MDA, to invest in their space infrastructure. And what's kind of interesting about that is they're not doing, the vertical integration play. In fact, they're building their manufacturing capability around that old Spar Aerospace facility up in Montreal. And really more of what they have is a cottage industry of mom and pop shops that are going to have to scale from 0 to 2 satellites a day is what they're aiming for production capability. And, $2.14 billion of government and Canadian money, that's Canadian dollars, that they just invested in the program, government of Quebec. But here's the alternative model. Telesat have been spending like 10, 20 million a quarter on Telesat related CapEx. they're going to spend between $1 and $1.4 billion in the next 3 quarters alone in order to ramp up that production. And this is what the model's telling you is they're doing massive upfront payments to a lot of their vendors and suppliers because they're dependent on shops that don't have access to capital. If you're SpaceX and you want to buy 100 of the latest, high-speed tape machines, buy it, right? No big issue. Almost free access to capital. And that's a huge advantage that they have in production costs, right? Of automating stuff when others can't automate it. Well, short of the Canadian government stepping in here and individually, financing a bunch of small shops, what they've done effectively is through this Telesat MDA program is they found a way to forward fund, the needed development, and scaling at a lot of the downstream production within this program. So again, I'm not necessarily advocating for it. I'm just pointing out that that's kind of the extreme example of rather than investing at the the lead end of the supply chain, you're doing it from the opposite side.
Thanks, Chris. So I think we have time for 1 or 2 questions here. Would maybe open it up to the floor if anybody wanted to ask something or make a comment. And while he's coming up here, I'll just say that something that I think Chris, just mentioned and Peter kind of brought the opportunities for proliferated satellite constellations to really help support the industrial base and the supply chain. I think there's a great opportunity there, and hopefully we'll kind of just continue to see that. Please.
I was a little disappointed to hear how kind of defense-centric this discussion was. By the time that you guys notice that some little humble component is critical to the big piece up there, that little humble component has also been replaced throughout the entire civilian economy. Try buying a resistor from the United States. Try buying a capacitor from the United States. Try finding a PC. Actually, you can tell which PC board vendors are US because they're 10 times the price with 50 times the minimum order. If you want to change, the Defense Department is 3.5% of the US GDP. And space, of course, is a tiny fraction of that. If you want to change the behavior, you have to change the behavior of the larger American economy. Running around and pouring water on the fires that you find is it's a valuable effort, but it's not going to change anything. And there was and I have a suggestion. There was a brief period when the tariffs on China came in 2019, when for the first time you could tell which parts were coming from China, because they all had a little thing that said this part may be delayed because we haven't figured out how we're going to handle the tariffs yet. It only lasted about 8 weeks, but you could tell all of a sudden which parts were coming from China. And guess what? There were alternatives. Yeah, they were 10 or 20% more expensive. But I bet I wasn't the only company who said, well, gee, now that I know that there's other places to get those components from, I'm going to change my buying behavior. You as the DoD, we can't just back out of the WTO, whether that might be a good idea or not. But there's nothing in the WTO that prevents countries from requiring point of origin labeling. In fact, almost all countries other than the US do that. And the DoD could pressure our trade regulating organizations to do that, simply to require point of origin labeling so you can tell where the component comes from. And since virtually every part of everything shows up in a DoD system somewhere, you could apply that pressure to change the buying behavior of a significant fraction of the American economy, and that would be a highly leveraged activity for you.
So if I could maybe just summarize that question quickly, or that comment of thoughts to the panel on what role could things like tariffs do to maybe try to shore up and increase domestic manufacturing capabilities. Have any thoughts there?
So I add something to that. I just had a conference about 5 weeks ago. Is in Los Angeles. We talked about discrepancies similar to what you're talking about. We are working with startup companies to figure out ways to do that. I know you want a bigger answer to that, but I can't give you that answer. But what we're trying to do at Space Force is actually work with small businesses. And when I talked to the couple companies down in San Diego, we're going to do a visit with them and look how their systems can disseminate discrepancies and the parts issues. Take that technology and see if we can get that through SpaceWorks And once you get it through SpaceWorks and build it out and put this under the program offices, so all the program offices and POs at Space Force is using this type of software to disseminate between that, it would help that effort. And then once it gets pushed up, hopefully someone at the Pentagon can say, hey, that's something we need to look at from a policy standpoint and hire. So it's efforts you can do. I can't get into the political side of it because it's not where my forte or where I work at, but the small business areas in which we can mitigate these concerns, we're trying to do that. And DARPA is working at that from their microelectronics side. So while I was at that meeting and I spoke, I had a DARPA advisor to the director speaking about the same thing for microelectronics, how we need to get this fixed and fix in a hurry.
So apologies, we have run out of time here today, but I think this is a great discussion. Probably could have had another couple of hours talking about these topics. So please join me in thanking our panelists for this great discussion on space supply chain. Casey, back to you.
Okay. Hello. I know that was hard to have a break. On the last day, those breaks just last longer and longer, right? I have a few things to announce. First of all, our partners at the Professional Aerospace Contractors Association will be hosting their annual briefing for industry. That's PACA, is more known. The Briefing for Industry 2024. It's the 36th year. It's a great event. It'll be happening here in Albuquerque, 9 to 12 September. And to find out more, pacanm.org. There's Ron. He's the leader. Ask Ron any questions if you have them. Next, I want to introduce my friend, Bruce Cahan, who is a professor at Stanford. He's also the CEO of Urban Logic. He is all about financial engineering of the emerging space economy and marketplace, and has been part of some different research activities. And so he'll share more with you. And I look forward to hearing that. Welcome, Bruce.
Thank you, Casey. Thank you, New Space Nexus. And it's great to be back in Albuquerque. You know, sometimes as someone who's a fan of economics, it comes as a great surprise to me that we dance around things when we could actually talk about a system that creates the impacts that we want and some that we don't want. So this presentation tries to scope that. Next slide. We've been talking around the point of the competition globally with centrally planned economies and our fixation on them, but also our concern that they do things differently than we do. And that's of their own nature. It's a species kind of a problem or solution. And we should just recognize that that's how they do it. And that's their species and we are our species. And we should take traits that have evolved in their species and see how we want to adapt for them. Next slide. So how do we finance the space economy holistically so it grows sustainably, meaning predictably without boom and busts? I've given you in this presentation about 7 ways to look at what we have and what we need. Next slide. Let's look at integrated value accounting and visualization. A really boring topic at 11 o'clock on a Friday on the 3rd day of a conference. Totally. And next slide. You see here what is the IR, the integrated reporting framework that is used in some annual reports to explain how 6 forms of capital go into that center area, which could be a business or it could be an economy. The 6 forms of capital are financial, manufactured, intellectual, human, social, and relationship, and natural. We were just talking about some of the raw earths. Those 6 capitals go into that system, that company. They're transformed and they come out in a different form. If we want a robust space economy, we've got to balance the workings of those 6 capitals. We have to account for them. We have to be anticipatory for their progress and their adaptation. Next slide. Here you see a depiction of how the integrated reporting framework aligns up to the Sustainable Development Goals, which, you know, whether you like the SDGs or not, and we have problems with them, it does show why any of these symmetries and alignments matter to cause greater impacts. Next slide. I'm showing you a bank in Europe's annual report where they've tried to explain what the bank does as affected by and affecting these 6 forms of capital, to explain to their shareholders and their bondholders whether they're going to be in business next year as a bank, because annual reports typically only look retrospectively. How much money did we make or lose? This is showing somewhat the momentum of operations that a bank represents or any institution represents, company, so as to assure their stakeholders that they're going to be around to perform, right? Next slide. Rubik's Cube and readiness level sanity. I hear tons of conversations about TRL and TRLs of 1 through 6. There are other forms of readiness levels that I'll get into, but what I'd like you to imagine is that we're solving a Rubik's Cube for financing a particular space company or space activity that can tell its story to a certain extent as of a given point in time. And that they, if I can use the metaphor from Austin Powers, which I recommend rewatching, I did recently, talk to the hand, the face ain't listening. Let's figure out which stories go with which investors or which lenders and which grant makers, okay? Next slide. You see here the results of some work with my colleague Sean Ross at AFRL to identify not just the TRLs, but the other readiness levels that, if you look at economic history, how did the Wright brothers not create a company versus Glenn Curtis of motorcycle fame create a company? How did some of the early locomotive engine manufacturers create companies or not? These other readiness levels synchronize to some stepwise progression, which I'm about to show you, with TRL. So if you're just doing TRL to 6, and then you try to figure out, do I have a business model to sell what I'm now technically able to create? As you've heard from other panelists, and you know from your own experience, that's probably not going to work so well. So next slide. You see here that you could have a TRL of 1, but you better have an MRL, a manufacturing readiness, on your scope. So TRL of 6, let's say, you better be at MRL of 4. So some of the quantitative research that goes with what I'm showing you says that if you're ever 2 notches behind on any of the readiness levels, you have to be advancing on all of them, not at the same number, but you have to be advancing in each one. Next slide. So you see that only certain stories in that Rubik's Cube can appeal to VC investors at a time. And VC money is pretty expensive. I know Megan and Dan will shoot me for that, but it can be pretty expensive when you give away the slices of the company to that level. Next slide. And then here's next slide, please. Thank you. So here's a quick graphic of the 5 valleys of death, not one, that Sean and I have identified, and how getting it behind the driver of the succeeding readiness level, you know, is a strategy for overcoming the oncoming valley of death, right? You would want to pay attention to certain readiness levels as you approach a valley of death to get over. Next slide. So the life cycle of how organizations grow, wither, and repurpose. I am a recovering Wall Street lawyer. I have done bankruptcy work. So I'm bringing you some wonderful, news on a Friday. Next slide. As you well know, companies, even programs, they grow. There's a birth event. They mature. They sometimes can decline, and then ideally they repurpose and renew in response to market and other dynamics. Next slide. If it all goes well, there's a hockey puck, and it, just everything goes beautifully. There's an exit. The investors and the employees are really happy. Next slide. But it doesn't always work that way, and we see that in every part of the economy, including the space economy. Next slide. So there is a need to look at bankruptcy and commercial space capital. Here, next slide, please. Here's a very short list of just the last year or so of bankruptcy and distressed asset sales in the aerospace arena. This is a reality check, folks. I'm not saying it always happens, but it does happen. And the question I have, which comes from conversations with Bucky and others, is what happened to these companies? First of all, what did we learn from their failure? What RL or other issues did they not anticipate correctly? What did they not read in the market and the product market fit? So what is analogous to what we would do in medicine? What do we learn from patients getting sick and they didn't take the cure? But also, what happens to these assets, those 6 forms of capital I listed? What happens to the assets? Do our peer allies or adversaries get these assets? I don't know, but I'm worried. Next slide. There are, bankruptcy is a fairly long process. I know this may sound like a funeral director saying it's good, but suffice it to say that the bankruptcy court's job is to decide whether the bankrupt company can be revived and pay some percentage of the debt that it owed to its secured creditors. That is a process that's long enough to intervene should the government or others want to intervene to say, you know what, I have a different way to use these assets. I have a different way to approach the business model that they looked at, and to make a bid and come out with the assets, including the people, most of all the people, intact. Next slide. Yep, there's bankruptcies. Next. Yep, SPAC wasn't a confetti of money. So let's look at, next slide, please. let's look at what are the space activities that we'd want, let's say in 2030 or 2035? Who's going to produce them? And what's the capital that the companies are going to need in the different flavors of capital as they can tell these different readiness level stories that they will need? I mean, that's kind of a same approach. It's not the centrally planned anything. It's our approach. It's our form of economics. So next slide. You see here, and I've shared it with Dan and others, when Tina Highfill and our friends at Bureau of Economic Analysis do their analysis of the space economy for purposes of determining its contribution to the US GDP calculation. So it's a constrained, if you will, activity of estimation. They find that over 80% of what they've tagged as the space economy is in the private sector. And this echoes a lot of what we heard in the panels, that if you're going to build something just for the government, and that's your long-term play, that's not reality. Okay, that could be how you start, and you could get an anchored customer in the government, but significantly, you need to appeal to folks who are already using and depending on the space asset or service. Next slide. Here's a little more detail in the BEA calculation and where, so information broadcasting and telecom being a large share of that GDP contribution, manufacturing, computer, electronics, etc. Next slide. If we were to ask, how should we leverage and augment the 2021 portfolio of space activities I just showed you to prepare US commercial space for 2030 or 2035? How should we organize and provide the capital at the right times to create and maintain the space assets we want to use in 2030, 2035? Next slide. You see that we don't even have a consistent menu of what space activities are defined as. Okay, we've got NASA with its taxonomy from 2020. We've got ESA with its taxonomy from 2023. And would there be alignments? Yes. Would there be a definitional, next slide, please. Would there be definitional, rigor that needs to come together? I think it does, because without these common definitions of what space activities we want, we're not going to be able to tell the consistent story to all the stakeholders, including finance, including insurance, that we need to do. Next slide. So some of you, I don't know, did any of you get a call from the Bureau of Industry and Security to answer what commercial space activities you are involved in? That's what I expected, just so you know. Okay, just so you know, because last year, the censuses, and this is in Commerce, Bureau of Industry and Security did a survey of commercial space firms. Next slide. This was kind of their call for participation in the survey. Next slide. And in it, they say they're conducting a comprehensive assessment of US civil space, industrial base, in partnership with NASA and NOAA, and NESDIS, etc. Not necessarily with DoD. But again, coming back to that 80% figure that they have, principal goal of the survey is to better understand domestic civil space industrial base. Okay, so next slide. And they have done decades of assessments of the resiliency of our industrial bases for different purposes. And some of them I've listed here. Next slide, more and more. Next slide, more and more. But when we get to click one more, there we go. Okay. So when they, in 2018, for instance, they surveyed rocket propulsion capabilities. And they categorized the companies who responded into companies that were at low or neutral financial risk, at moderate or high financial risk, and those that didn't provide any answer to the financial risk question. And you see in the red bar that they had enough financially risky companies that you, in the supply chain conversation that just happened, might wonder, first of all, was everyone as truthful, let us say, in answering this question? Are they financially at risk? And were they modest or self-congratulatory in that answer? But also, how would we, if you depended on the rocket propulsion coming from those 2018 survey companies, how would you ever know this? How would the government ever know it? How would partners trading ever know it? And what would we do about it? Would we just let those companies kind of flail around and fail or go through issues? Next slide. And here you see what are those companies manufacturing? What are they providing in the rocket propulsion supply chain? But you're also seeing that 24% of those having profitability issues are at risk. Okay, that's not a good thing, right? So in conversation with Casey and obviously hearing from Bucky as well, I want to propose that we do a survey of commercial space finance readiness and risk for this industry, because we don't have good data on it. Chris Quilty, who's a colleague and a friend, he picks up whatever the deal flow statistics are, but that doesn't necessarily tell us where the gaps in financing might be. So next slide, please. Thank you. We could ask a panel of questions, the normal demographics questions about where's your company and which space activities are you doing, and you have federal contracts, et cetera. The next slide. What do you expect your average annual revenues from space activities to be, and what's your best estimate of growth rate? This could be an anonymized survey to protect the innocent, of course. And thinking about your company as capitalized, what percentage is debt versus shareholder equity? Thinking about the debt portion, what percentage is long versus short-term versus lease finance? Thinking about the equity, are you currently raising? Why and why not? Think about your burn rate. How many months of liquidity do you think you have? These are the kind of numbers, data, in an industry that deals with data that we would want to have. Next slide. As you look at capital markets, are you worried, neutral, or optimistic about the debt and equity markets, et cetera? The bottom line to me is that we need to see beyond our own Truman Show. We need to get at the problem that's in front of us. We need to understand that the transparency that our system of economics uses to provide capital where and when and in what amounts and at what costs it needs, that transparency is on the industry to provide the financial sectors. The financial sector can't make this stuff up. The equity analysts try to do that when they promote investments in various companies, but I think we can do a way better job of determining the kind of the flavors of capital we need for that Rubik's Cube of I can tell a certain cohesive story at a certain point in time to a certain group of investors or lenders. Let's get about that, I would ask. And so with that, I'll pause and say that's what we did. Comment? Yeah.
I love the idea of the survey. How much risk is there to the overall industry if the emperor has no clothes? If we find out that people have been presenting rosy projections, my concern is that a lot of people might put the optimistic spin and then you don't actually get real data. So if something were revealed from this survey that said, oh yeah, all of, 90% of the companies are on the knife's edge, would that pose a existential risk to the industry that would motivate companies to not want to participate?
It's a great question. I actually have some dialogue with the prime curator, let's say, of that 2023 survey to cut the data that would include, to the extent legal, some data that other parts of the government have about the same companies and or NAICS code activities. So there is some cross proof of how much creative storytelling would come back in that survey that we can do, particularly for companies that are defense contractors. There's a significant amount of data that the DoD can ask for to get underneath this financial risk question, not to penalize the company, but to get out ahead and say, we know you're going to have this issue. Let's solve it before you call us in and we have to default. Yeah, sure.
Bruce, thank you. Normally to get that good a laugh, you have to do a 2-drink minimum. So I greatly enjoyed your presentation. To the Rubik's Cube, in building our company at KMI, we have frequently run into the issue of TRL does not tell the whole story, but if it's the only data you have to measure, it's the only one that is measured. So are there efforts to expand this Rubik's Cube so it doesn't just live in the halls of this building, but actually gets out into whether it's the venture community, into SpaceWorks? I think it's something that's needed, and I've already sent you an email about it. But is there plans to develop this so it doesn't just live in the wonderful thoughts of today?
Yeah, no, thank you. I cornered Colonel Raleigh to say, you keep asking about how to quantify your investment decisions. And I interpret that to be which stories do we believe have potential and whatever. So when banks lose money, so I'll digress for 1 sec. Half of the safety and soundness rating of a bank, okay, pie chart, half, relates to how much in NPLs, non-performing loans, the bank holds, because the regulators make the bank reserve for those losses. If you have half of your risk in non-performing loans, you would want to take the steps in the Rubik's Cube to manage the readiness level valleys of debt, right? Or to recover from them. Sean and I have written 5 papers, one of which is published, one of which Sean included some internal DoD misstep stuff. So I can't even see the paper I'm the co-author on. And so to your point, we would like to get this readiness level research and the quantification of the relationships amongst the parallel LRLs out into the world. If you have ideas for that. But I think it's, conversations with Bucky, it's conversations with others who are making investment bets and then managing the portfolio of bets they've made to say, how do we be anticipatory? We can talk about how to expand the research. Oh, here's Bucky.
I obviously, it's nice being within a commute distance and having my breakfast partner on the stage. But I'll tell you, we've collected a lot of information just because we're transactional across small, medium, large, and industry leaders, the whole gamut. And some interesting things that we find. One is I talked about some of the stuff about on the manufacturing readiness, which is awesome. Because if you're low on the MRL, it means that you haven't really evaluate, or you haven't progressed to the stage that you're really ready to develop a product that you can take to market. And so I would double down on the two, no more than two gaps in there. And what I see almost habitually is you have the founder CTO, right? Who has a great idea. You're all in the room, and you get to sufficient capital and sufficient TRL, but you where you stumble, or you start to have that decline is you don't bring in a professional chief operations officer, or a professional CFO, or even a professional CEO to help those other readiness levels, right? And so the company actually stagnates, and they're crushing it on making the technology even better, but they don't even understand the market they're trying to address. So so there's a lot of wisdom in that. Things that we ask all the time is what's your burn rate, and how much runway do you have, right? So, and you should know that should be right in your hip pocket, because that's a lot. Those are easier questions to ask than well, you just closed a $30 million Series A. This is great, but if we know, when you tell us what your burn rate is, you're really telling us how effectively you're using that money. Because all the satellite companies pretty much all fall within a range of a certain burn rate. Rocket companies have extraordinary burn rate. And these, it could be like millions of dollars a month. And there may be ways that you could do these things more efficiently, but we can derive a lot from just those two things.
I think
right?
again, Bucky.
That's right. And if you're, and the other thing is the approach. If you're, I'm going to be vertically integrated. Well, you better be a billionaire, right? So, a lot of people, and there's been companies have had really bad experiences because they made really bad choices on components. So really understanding the supply chain in depth as part of that product journey, and you should be very demanding because when you don't choose well, and you make another supplier look, artificially good, that spreads like wildfire, and then everybody suffers.
Well, and this comes back to the commodities exchange that I've proposed and that we continue to talk about is how do you forecast who's going to be producing which space activity to be able to deliver it as a commoditization readiness level at a date and time for how many units. That lets you backtrack to what Bucky's talking about, which is which companies are going to survive to supply that commodity.
So we have information. We're very, very protective of the information that we get from companies. And so we're probably not the right people to do the survey, but we could probably help fund a study or something where we get participants who can do this. I really think you won't get the credibility unless you have some government backing
Well, that's
to
why
do
I
it.
raised it with BE.
And we have a very strong partnership with Commerce. So
So
the,
I think
so
it's a
that
natural-
would, that'd be helpful as
I
well.
think it's a natural follow-on to the 2023 civil study that they did. Anyway, thank you all.
Right. Okay, so we have one more co-innovation session, which is to kind of highlight what's coming up. We have, I know you see these cards, we're working with Space Northwest. They're having a space week, but within that space week, on the Wednesday and Thursday of that week, 12 and 13 will be an SSIB partner workshop where two of the topics, one is advanced space power and propulsion, and then the outer net. And you heard from Steve Nixon and Michael Chang yesterday. But for this, Mike Doyle is going to moderate a co-innovation session with Peter Gerritsen from AFPC and James Winter from Air Force Research Lab. And of course, Mike Doyle is from Space Northwest. We introduced him this morning. So.
Okay. Thanks so much, Casey. Thanks, everyone. Going to talk about advanced space power and propulsion. Maybe we could get started with a little bit of intro from you both, and then something a little definitional, right? What is it? Why is it important? We've got the recommendations from last year up on the screen, but Pete, you have some slides that we'll go through. But let's start with the introductions, James.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is James Winter. I'm with Air Force Research Laboratory. I've had the opportunity to work on a project to look at developing technologies for space-based power beaming, specifically to provide power to disadvantaged users like forward operating bases. And I guess we could all appreciate why that is a critical need and why the DoD may invest in that. So and recognizing that that's a niche, that's a small piece of a much larger possibility and community that has been working on space-based solar power. So it's been very exciting. And because I'm from the Space Vehicles Directorate, the immediate approach was let's advance it and let's transition and see what it takes to put it in space and prove it out. Proof of principle, if you will. So because it is a ambitious endeavor, we broke up the problem, disaggregated the risk. And, you know, the next phase of that is let the technology speak for itself. But then the next step would be to reaggregate and build something of much more significance. So that's what I bring to the large trade space that is, you know, space-based solar power within the context of advanced space power.
So I'm Peter Gerritsen. I have written a book called The Scramble for the Skies. And I fundamentally believe in a future where we are interested in building a serious industrial economy in space. And you just can't do ambitious things in space without meaningful amounts of power. And I got interested in power, and this actually tracks all the way back here to New Mexico. So in 2004 or 2005, I came to the University of New Mexico's STAFE conference, which was the Space Technology Applications International Forum. And that's where I first got introduced to a bunch of flavors of nuclear power, a bunch of flavors of beam power, and space solar power. And I became subsequently very interested in those, tracing through to the first Department of Defense space solar power study in 2007, where I was the lead author for that. I worked with Northrop Grumman to bring a certain idea to Mr. Rouge at the Pentagon that eventually resulted in Spider, and had worked with General Quast in order to provide letters of support to get DARPA Draco started. So I've been interested in all aspects of megawatt and above class power for a while.
Great. So how would you define the domain that we're calling advanced space power and propulsion? We held the workshops in Seattle for SSIB last year, and we had representatives from across the country and from the region. Washington has strengths in novel nuclear power, in beaming solar power. What else falls into that category?
So, it's still fuzzy for me, but I would sort of say is that if it is game changing in that it lets me do something that I could not do before, if it expands my operational reach, if it expands my mission flexibility in a way that I don't have today, I put it in that camp. Now that means that it could be many, many things that could be smaller levels of power. But generally speaking, I'm looking for better performance than chemical. I'm looking for the ability to do things that we've never been able to do before. So, when I'm talking about advanced space power, I'm talking about levels of power that would allow you to do lunar and asteroid mining, levels of power that would allow a green energy system, for Earth. When I'm talking about propulsion, I'm talking about the kind of propulsion that would allow you to go from here to the moon, go from here to Mars, and meaningful in like human relevant periods of time.
James, your thoughts?
Sure. I have a couple thoughts on that. So one would be advancements off the state of the art. So that could be an incremental improvements in efficiencies, but then, so we call that incremental. But on the other side, there's this idea of trying and doing something that is orders of magnitude bigger than we've ever done before. So one of the ways that over the past few years I've been starting to think about it is a lot of times when we design a space mission, we let the mission and the payload drive the requirements. And immediately you're met with the fact that there are constraints on the power system. Now take that on the other side of the spectrum and say, well, what if we looked at not necessarily from that perspective as energy as a constraint or energy as an excuse, but we looked at, well, what is in the art of possible and what could we provide so that energy is an enabler? In other words, what if you had access to, megawatts? What if you had access to power in different ways? What if you had access to power wirelessly? Think about when you drag your extension cord out, in a lot of times we're untethered. So that's how I would kind of think about it. We tend to think about incremental improvements that are necessary, but I think the more exciting part about thinking about advanced power is just doing those things that we that excite people. And I think that's one thing I've learned over the past few years in tilting at Spider and space-based solar power is it excites and it gets people thinking and it catalyzes a lot of big thinking and in ideas and I think that's good. I think that's healthy for the ecosystem. So that's how I would characterize it.
Well, maybe we should flip over to Pete's slides. Could do that.
All right. So I wanted to just show some slides because I think, probably most people here are not space power and propulsion experts. I know a few of you are over there. But even then, if you don't sort of put things into context that is sort of meaningful in the layperson, it doesn't necessarily sink in what your adversary is doing. So, I think about space power both in the context of like the technical what space power is, but I also think in terms of international power and like space power the way the Space Force would use it. And And these things have sort of a similar connotation, but no one's ever, to my knowledge, put up a definition that I liked. So, I think there's a definition that sort of unifies both the understanding of power and I would say it is the ability to make or prevent a state change in a specific system in a specific period of time. And that's always going to be opposed by something, whether it is natural competing forces like friction, inertia, gravity, or it's some form of hostility, right? So you want power in order to change the universe in the way that you want it changed, or to resist it being changed the way somebody else wants it changed that you don't want. Next slide. Next slide. So China's serious about space solar power, for example. Next slide. They've been serious really since 2008. They were able to get President Xi to be interested in this. Next slide. And so they've got a series of this announced timelines of what they want to do, starting in 26 with a very meaningful demo of a 0.5 megawatt beamed in 2028 and a full megawatt, but in order for them to do what they want, they're actually putting 24 megawatts into space. And then they eventually want to get to gigawatts, right? But that's kind of nebulous. Next slide. So, it's connected to their military. They see it as a tremendous advantage. It's connected to their lunar program. Next slide. Their lunar program is fundamentally about energy and power. Next slide. And they're working on a megawatt class nuclear reactor that has just passed an initial review. And it's interesting because you may be able to see it better than I can. That first highlighted section talks about great power competition and the need for them to have increased power requirements. And then below, they're talking here about why do they need it? Space to Earth transfer orbits, deep space missions, construction of large scale, and of course, large mass transportation. So they're thinking big. Next slide. And if you look at that compared to the 40, kilowatts that we're doing in NASA, right? That's a 25 times scale difference, right? So just to put those in terms of blocks, right? On the left is the NASA system, 1 square, 25 squares for what the PRC is working on. Next slide. And if you missed it, that little thing in the middle of their nuclear base, in the middle of their moon base, is a nuclear power source. Next slide. And they're thinking about a logistics plan that's solar system wide, which is pretty wonderfully ambitious. Next slide. Now, their near-term demo that they're going to put up there in 2028 is the size of a football field. It is larger than the ISS, and it will be collecting a megawatt. And think about how distorting that will be for the PV market that we just talked about last time. Next slide. But the follow-on system, which is their other system, is the equivalent of 12 football fields in size. I think it's actually larger than that, but it's 24 megawatts of power collected. And that's their mid-2030s. Next slide. So you can sort of see that they're progressing up. It's a very deliberate progression of how they want to go. And you can sort of see there, where the ISS is in comparison to that 2028 demo. Next slide. And they're working on, they're building hardware, rather large scale hardware. That's pretty impressive, getting their universities involved. Next slide. It's finally been highlighted by our Intel community. Next slide. But why do we care? Why should, in particular, the DoD or AFRL care? Next slide. Because it's all about space logistics and mobility. And we have this vision, and beautifully, this vision actually incorporates at least the moon. Next slide. Which, we've been talking about here in SSIB of the ambitious things that we like to do for an industrial civilization. Next slide. And, as a Space Force, we can take a clue from the Air Force. Coming out of World War I, we had bombers that were just, cloth airplanes, weak engines, but we had this vision of a 4-engine bomber, right? And that was driven by concepts and doctrine from the top, giving requirements to the technology, right? That's what's lacking today. There isn't that equivalent vision to build the equivalent of a 4-engine bomber. Next slide. So mobility permits us to move from place to place. Next slide. Sustainment, logistics, formal definitions. Next slide. So if we want to do movement and maneuver, it's all about positional advantage in advance, right? And one of the slides I skipped over was all about what it really means to be in strategic competition. But strategic competition is about setting the chessboard, about setting the advantage. And just, I'm going to skip the rest of my slides so that we can have more of a discussion. But fundamentally, right, our adversaries are setting the chessboard and setting it at a scale, as you've seen, it's like 25 or more times what we are even contemplating. And we're going to lose if we let them set that chessboard that way. That's where we're really talking about setting the chessboard for any future conflict, and we are not thinking big enough.
Okay. Do we have a QR code for the survey that we can pull up? Awesome. So folks, you can start filling in the survey while we just take a minute to react to Pete's call to action. Yeah. And I'll just add in, we're looking for this to be an interactive session. So questions that you've got now, come on up and yeah.
Layman's question here as not an EE or engineer. I've often heard confusion between space power as a position of political or military power. So why is this definition not done as space energy? Is there a reason we don't use space energy to distinguish, you know, megawatts versus military positioning?
You know, you've got two different communities coming at it from different points. So it's already established.
Okay, this is really more of an alarm sounding, and I want to hear your reaction if there's a way out. You know, if I define advanced power and propulsion as things that are an order of magnitude better than what we have in the field right now in specific power or mission performance. The community of people in the United States who work on this is tiny. It dozens. We all know each other, or almost all of us know each other. Most of us leave the field or give up, or the few of us that are stupid enough to keep doing it, do it because we have other means of support, and we do it on evenings and weekends, or we're academics, and therefore they can afford to keep doing it. Because nobody wants these capabilities. They say they want these capabilities, but by definition, right, we just said earlier in this thing, you said, these revolutionary capabilities enable us to do things we've never done before. Nobody writes a requirement for a thing we've never done before.
The Air Force did with the 4-engine bomber.
Nobody today writes a requirement for things we've never done before. So, you know, it's not even a case of people, it's not like people aren't excited. You know, you come in and talk to them and they go, well, that would be awesome. That would be great. Where's the money? Oh, we don't have any. You know, there's no identified military requirement to build the Starship Enterprise. I published a paper on that. You pick on NASA, they're not here. You know, I published a paper on how we could do with technologies that we could prove out for millions of dollars. You know, a Jupiter flyby where the trip time would be 3 weeks. No nuclear source, nothing like that, just using the forces of nature in different ways. Nobody cares. So it's not like the United States can't come up with these ideas. Yeah, there's a backlog of ideas out there that nobody's taking any use of, but we have no mechanism for how to start looking for a revolution. We only want to hear about evolution. What can we do about that?
Okay, so I want to take that head on, and I want to speak directly to everybody who is in any way involved with the Space Force or the DoD. You have to sell America on being a spacefaring civilization. You have to make them long for the endless vastness of the sky. You can't just accept that. If you just accept that the current vision of space power is what you've been given and what you need to execute, you're not doing your job, because that's not what America could be. And you're the only ones who know what it could be. And so you have to be involved in selling the long-term vision. And that involves a really, really big vision, at least as big as your adversary. But let's face it, we're not anywhere near that today. Not anywhere near that today. So the way that you, and by the way, this room is tiny compared to the picture of the folks that China brought together for their last space solar power conference, right? Not for the entire industrial base. We're like half the number of people in the picture for their space solar power conference. So they're rapidly building this out, and that will gain momentum. We're not doing that. So, it starts at the top with vision. If you don't have adequate vision, it's a glass ceiling on talent, on capital. Congress isn't going to want to fund a Space Force that doesn't have a big vision. They will fund a Space Force that does have a big vision. And each of you needs to be teaching your fellow citizens to long for the endless vastness of the sky.
I think you hit a really salient point, that there's storytelling involved, right? There's that big vision of, almost like the Star Trek vision that we all kind of like know and love. But how do you project that in a meaningful way that drives policy and change? You can do it as an inspiration. You can also present, like you presented, what our adversaries are doing, and put it into a context of what's at risk to drive change. I did notice that in some of those Chinese slides, they're talking about beaming power down to Earth for the benefit of humanity. I'm wondering, what is the engagement with the energy community, the climate community, that could help some of these advancements that are necessary for our future in space?
Well, curiously enough, it's quite strong in Europe and the UK right now, because they both have national programs and they're directed in that. And so, you see like Sanjay Vivendran spending a lot of time talking, at climate conferences, talking about that. But in the United States, we have, on space solar power specifically, we have no national policy, no DoD policy, no policy at all. And Dr. Winter runs the only program in the United States that is advancing, space solar power at all. And it certainly is not funded to get to, a football field, size worth. And I don't know, are you involved? Are you networking back and forth with the?
Well, I
climate
can't
and
say
energy?
we've been invited to speak and present what we've done with Spider. And I can tell you, you go back to what we're doing and what we've been advancing, definitely is in the realm of proving out the ability to go to a football size field. I could easily, when we started this, and I'd be remiss if I didn't say it's because of the energy and a lot of efforts, from OSD, from the work that you described, Peter, is foundational, from Northrop in advocating for that, why Congress finally said, well, here's some resources, go tackle this. And so we disaggregated, like I said, and today I can tell you that I see a path, to 1,000, 4,000 square meters, an acre, but still pales in comparison to an overarching large strategy to get there. But the good news is that I can tell you, I can see a technical path to get there, which I couldn't have answered, when we first started. So we've demonstrated the ability to tackle this problem. We've demonstrated a way to articulate it in such a way that we could break it up and propose a way forward that helps us get there. But like you say, in the absence of any clear direction, anything kind of continuing to pull that, we're basically at the point where, we've done what we were asked to do. Technical feasibility, we can check the box. We're going to fly, going back to the previous SSIB, we are going to break the 1 meter squared threshold that was, put out there as a near-term challenge. with, from this conference or and so we're going to do that, and it will fly into space, and we will characterize it. And we are looking at how do you scale that for manufacturability. So it's there. But what happens next? Just like we said, go through these cycles. Well, right now we're in this kind of, finishing this first phase and, looking for what's next. And so, but there is a silver lining. I mean, I guess you could take that both ways. So if we've determined that there's technical feasibility, then what our adversary is putting out there, we should be convinced that there's feasibility there too. Yep. Question.
Yes, this is actually an interesting discussion. Andrew Santangelo, Technology Officer, SciZone, and also work with NASA. So there is NASA. I'm actually with the Lunar Gateway Program. I find this an interesting discussion on a couple fronts because this has actually been tackled in my previous work in working with headquarters on space tethers and space solar power. As a matter of fact, there was extensive presentations and work on setting up large space solar power systems in the 90s and early 2000s. So it's kind of interesting seeing this again. I think it's going through, I know, second, third, fourth cycle. I've lost track. But there was a big roadmap to take it there. The problem that was being encountered, near as I could tell, is they just couldn't find a use, certainly from the, let's say, the energy companies. I'll say an example. You want to beam solar energy, great, that's cool. We've got a lot of natural gas coming out of the Permian Basin, way cheaper to pump in the. So I guess part of it is how do you get the companies and either an environmental perspective or what have you. There seems to be several roadblocks. I contend technically is fairly feasible. It's more just doing it. Again, there was a lot of work done in the 90s and early 2000s on this. Matter of fact, we had beautiful pictures and plans and steps and stages and sample missions. Actually, there's been sample missions. So this is kind of now we're, okay, let's try it again. I think they were thinking the 4-engine bomber back in the 80s even. I think in the early TSS missions when we were looking at the roadmap and the conferences around the country. So, and then the work that's been done in the millions that's been put to it. So I guess what's new now, I guess, the Chinese are doing it great. They're going to beam it down, but there's no one's saying why. I see the infrastructure. I do see having that all of a sudden this infrastructure maintained, but the focus is right now terrestrial infrastructure. So how do you, I guess, you have to have more commercial buy-in, right? And see a national urgency. Right now, we don't feel that national urgency at all.
Urgency depends a lot on where you think you're going as a nation and what you think are the key problems, right? Mm-hmm. So it's true that in the United States, no administration has thought it urgent enough to make it a national policy, and no NASA administrator has been bold enough to take it to the president to suggest it be a part of a national policy. And in fact, NASA historically has played hot potato with it, not wanting to do anything with space solar power, because they, have feared that America would like it too much and it would come at the cost of exploration.
I don't know if that's true, only because there was a whole department stood up at headquarters. It just
and it was congressionally mandated with congressional funds, right? So it was externally driven, not unlike how Spider is externally driven by a congressional ad. But other nations see it differently. So nations that are very interested in a green energy solution and climate change and a scalable solution that could go to all Earth energy, like Japan, the European Space Agency, the UK, China, are very interested in something that actually can scale to terawatts of energy and can be integral with their lunar program, because this is like the Chinese lunar program is about building solar power satellites for terawatts of power. That's, ISRU on the moon to build terawatts of power to get to a $10 trillion economy. It's a little bigger than NASA's vision. So they see urgency. We do not. We do look at the market. China's willing to do things like build a Three Gorges Dam, build a Grand Canal. and to mobilize to get it done. But what has changed? Starship is changing it. Long March 9 is changing it. Stoke is changing it, right? So Access is changing it. There's been a consistent increase in specific power over time. And now we have several US companies that are in fact, working and doing active power beaming. One is over there, though not specifically for space solar power. But we do have, several companies now that are working on it. Whether or
So-
not they'll get sponsorship of the government, I think is unlikely.
We got to start wrapping up so we can get to the out briefs. Do we have time for one more?
I'm gonna, quick,
Very quick.
comment here. So, one, yes, there is work that is happening on this. I'll put the ad in again. Space Frontier Foundation has recently gotten a little bit of financial support to be a convener on this topic, and in working even with folks in UK and ESA, we're going to be pulling together some folks on this very topic. I want to agree vehemently and then disagree vehemently with Peter real quick. We don't need everyone to yearn for the vastness of space. We need everyone to see their future enabled by space. So we need the environmentalists to see their vibrant Earth future enabled through what we can do in space. The politicians don't need to get everyone to agree with them. All they need to do is to make them see their future in that politician. And that's the same thing I believe that we need to do here for space-based solar power.
Thank you, Sean. I think we're going to have to, one more. Okay.
I just
quick comment.
Yes, I want to quickly agree with Sean that not everybody needs to yearn for the vastness of space. It's cold. I don't want to go there. But using the framing that Bucky presented yesterday of asymmetric advantage, advanced power and propulsion seem a pretty natural asymmetric advantage if developed, given it's not just Space Force, but the tenor of great power competition orienting towards a 2027, something big is going to happen time frame. Is this a good time to be focused more on research than on commercialization? In that, if everybody's focused on a nearer term objective, a lot of that they're not as interested in research, frankly. They're interested in operation. So is this a good time to focus on research, or is this a way to kind of shoehorn this in, trying to square this circle here? Over.
Thank you. I think Casey's arrived with the swag, which is the proverbial chain.
The little bell.
With a hook pulling us off. James, Peter, thank you so much. And hope to see as many of you as possible up in Seattle in 2 weeks.
And we'll be able to speak about this more. I want to say New Space Nexus has stepped in. We're trying to figure out funding. We're trying to be this organization that, has a great tap to the innovation pipeline of companies and have stepped forward that we would, put together an industry consortium. I really believe that the next step has to get to our industrial base for the space-based solar power to be a reality. So let's make it happen. Okay, with that, now the working group out briefs. And our plan is to go with space policy, regulation, and financing space team. And with that, we had a great panel on Wednesday. Let's see, what are we? Yeah, yesterday. And, or actually, I don't know. Yeah, Wednesday. Sorry, I'm losing track of time. And that was led by Bryce Kennedy, Aaron Vaughn, Omar Pimentel, Bruce Cahan, and Namrata Goswami. The co-working group chairs is Nick Joseph from AFRL, Bruce Cahan from Urban Logic, and Ilsa Moroz from AIA. And so they will be providing the out brief for that group. And for the out briefs, about 15 minutes-ish. Right. Okay, thank you.
Around, we appreciate it. We had a robust conversation. The first day was a therapy session. Hear me now? Now? Okay, thank you. Anyway, our first day Wednesday was full of therapy. The bills for psychotherapy will be sent by Newspace. And that helped us figure out how to present to you all where we come from. Next slide. So we thought we would make this simple with 3 slides, what we like about policy and finance today, what we need to change, and what we suggest as action items for the next 18 months. Next slide. So.
So there was. So we were surprised by how much there was that people actually do like about the current state of affairs. There's there's a broad focus right now on using public-private fusion of resources for the mechanism for innovation, right? Where there's an expectation that companies are bringing something to the table as well, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. There's a lot of talk about what is the role of the government, both as a customer and as a foundational anchor customer. I don't know that the second one is the thing we like. The regulatory barriers are kind of exposing areas where the US is not going to be able to keep up going forward, perhaps. The speed in which people are getting through regulation, regulatory activities, I guess, concerns. That is slowing things down. It prohibits us from accessing the best talent. And, in a weird way, this is helpful to be tested out, right? To show where our weak points are and where the flow is not quite there. People do appreciate getting some actual meaningful guidance in terms of strategy and guidance documents out of DoD. Specifically, there's also the stuff out of OSTP and, National Space Council's provided some pretty decent strategy and implementation plans. There's always an appetite for more smaller and more accessible demonstration pathways, not going after big billion-dollar projects, but having the opportunities through things like SDA. There's more flights now. Those are pathways into activity and a demonstration. And Elsa, do you want to take this last one?
See, is this working? There we go. Struggling a little bit. Another thing that we touched on just kind of through these past few days was the importance of examining definitions and diving deeper into these policy and regulatory frameworks. So an example that came up was designating space as a critical infrastructure, something that many people are completely behind and some are not behind. And I think looking deeper into the background of what that position would entail more than just a blanket statements. And now that's just an overarching theme. This was just the example that we talked about this morning, but the value of digging deeper into definitions, parameters, boundaries, and what these new regulations and definitions would mean more broadly for the industry. So that was a key point that we touched on. And then something else that I noticed during our Rosenthorn session on the first day was in discussing what we liked, the current state of regulation and policy and finance. For every point that we made of something that we think is being done right and the direction we're going is the right direction, there were, several asterisks of what more can we be doing? We're going the right way, but, and we like this, but. So I think I personally, and I think everyone else in the working group, found a lot of value in having that discussion, with each other and with us, to bring us into this next slide where we kind of got into, what are these challenges?
So, as the lawyer on the panel, I guess I'll do the bad news here. So we heard a plethora of overlapping problem sets to be worked on. Regulatory approvals that lack certainty of time and risk for completion, and which those risks are absorbing small, medium-sized enterprise equity burn rates and team vitality. Do the teams stay together or depart? Regulation is unpredictable to the point of brittleness, making our system and our capacity to rely on space activities brittle. Regulatory apparatus lags advances in technology and space business models, meaning the rules were written for a very different time. This is not news to you all, but we've got to update them. Interagency approval processes need to be aligned and coordinated. I think that's a feature, or in our discussions, it seems to be a feature, not a bug, of the legacy systems where one agency controlled an industry and therefore could serve as its prime oversight. Acquisition regimes written for the industrial age are ill-suited for the space age. This is a Truman Show problem where we're trying to operate within a set of clothing that doesn't fit what we need. We talked about we need a journey map and data-driven statistics on the regulatory approval process. Imagine a wall chart of all the CFR hooks and hurdles, and which relate to which space activities that we might want by 2030, 2035. What does the statute or regulation require? What are the steps it requires? What are the pain points? And this might come from a survey of the industry that people have run into the roadblock, and the agency has been asked specifically, where is the requirement that I do something or I not do something? Report those out so that can be mapped as collective intelligence for action. And then finding innovative ways to match the appropriate finance mechanism to the story of the readiness levels, what I just talked about. There were many other things that needed to change. This is what would fit on one slide. And so the report will have additional items, but anything that you want to bring up now? Yeah.
You had a really delightful characterization of evidence-based whining for the issues that we have, collecting those in a, generic format to understand what does this look like? It's not just what any one of us is going through, but it's what people are going through. Everybody's going through the same stuff, right? We also talked quite a bit about the inability on the government side to adequately go through their own processes, right? Our own processes because of staffing. Who says I want to join the space industry to be a regulator, right? Like that is part of another thing to add to the whole problem of how do you bring people in? It's a tough role. It's not exciting, but it is extremely necessary. And the more that we do, whole government type perspective on the activities, the more important it becomes. So that's a feedback loop that we don't quite know how to break. That came up several times. A lot of what people felt as pain. It's like, you can very easily imagine it's an office with one point of failure. And if, Bill's not in, your thing doesn't advance. So that came up over and over. Very fundamental.
And then an overarching theme that we saw throughout this process in session 18, 19, whatever it was on that second day, time began to blur, was just the theme of communication and clarity and transparency. And that came up and was applicable to almost every topic that we hit on, everything that we discussed in some way, shape, or form. So we really saw it here for these set of points, you know, what we think we need to change. There is an element of communication that applies to that point. Are we communicating enough? Are we communicating effectively? Is it, you know, a transmission problem? Is it a receiving problem? Are we in the right place to hear, to listen, to respond effectively? And that applies to everyone, industry, government, regulators, everyone has that communication element that we found would be necessary to implement most of these changes. So that was a theme that I think stuck through each day and each session that we had. And I think we'll probably cover a little bit more in the next section as well.
Yeah.
There were some more like some other fundamental issues that aren't captured here of things like CRs suck, right? That would be a great thing to change. We can't change that. You know, annual appropriations, it's like, would that we could. Incentive structures within, you know, civil service. It's one of those things where it probably does need to change. How the hell we tackle that here, you know, those are just landscape problems, right? It's not that they weren't heard. They're just very, very hard to capture for anything useful.
So with that in mind, if you go to the next slide, we said, what could we do in the next 18 months? Well, okay, whatever. So what we wanted to be was practical and pragmatic about what could change in the next 18 months. And to Ilsa's point, we know that without a North Star vision that will transcend presidential administrations, we don't have the intentionality. We cannot show ourselves and depend on the intentionality of a national space policy. It's great that individual agencies would issue their versions of such a thing, but it's not whole government. And it's not going to last in terms of engaging the rest of the economy's participation, something that certainly Pete leans into. Our storytelling about space activities, why are we doing space? What are the goals? What are the means to achieve those goals? We're not great storytellers. We're great gadgeteers. Well, gadgeteers are good for Disney films, but not this. Okay. We need to learn better communications to the point you just heard for interagency cooperation and financing. Everybody's got separate processes, but as an example, if I go to OMB's OIRA, Office of Information Regulatory Affairs, and say, I have this stack of documents that Troy has to fill out to get permission to do what he wants to do, they will say, well, you know, what's the total hourly burden to fill in all this stuff? And how do we get the agencies to know that Troy is only one company, no matter how many times you ask him for his EIN? Just saying, folks. The financial community needs a bucket list of space activities that we want by 2030, so as to fund the companies who will produce those and operate them with regulatory approvals. Something got lost here. That we heard some novel suggestions. One was, what if it were so that there were regulatory approval ombudspersons, coaches, or Sherpas who take you through the multi-agency flack of these approvals? What if the government actually had a cohort of these folks, or industry and government had them? The second, which comes as a great surprise as a New York, California, and Pennsylvania lawyer, is imagine a core of good lawyers who within the government, within the agencies, that are tasked to find the pathways to yes, instead of the safety of saying no. And would sign a letter of support to that effect, so that companies could rely on it, much like the IRS has a process for relying on rulings, so that the companies would be spared, if you will, not knowing whether the pathway they chose is acceptable or not. We heard with great verve and emotion from Jeff. Oh, I'm sorry. Chatham House Rules, that there might be a presumption of regular order approval. That if something you propose does not return a no, you can't do it because response from an agency, you are presumed to be able to do that for repeating space activities. Something you've gone through the process once to get approved would have somewhat of a clear lane to operate in some way. We need the space workforce to strengthen so that we can get US educated foreign, and yes, that would be pure ally, foreign students to receive permission to work in the country. Because right now we're hearing that SMEs, small, medium-sized enterprises, are at a competitive disadvantage with the primes in figuring ways to hire that talent at competitive rates. And then finally, what if there were a scorecard or scoreboard? And I know, Casey, we've talked about this, for the recommendations that each SSIB report does annually to say which got, proposed and done, and how long did it take, and which never got done. So that was our list of can-dos for the next 18 months. We have some other can-dos, but that's what would fit today. What do you think?
So a lot of this falls under essentially future-proofing our many facets of our industry. We touched on workforce. We went at length over regulatory processes and licensing processes. We went into the nitty-gritty, and a lot of it just came back to what do we need to do now to ensure that we can do this more effectively or repeat the proper processes in 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. What does that look like? What do we need to do? How can we support our workforce? How can we prevent brain drain? How can we support our warfighters? How can we support our institutions? What does that look like? And so I think all of this really falls under that umbrella term, but especially as Casey mentioned, finding a North Star vision that transcends administrations. I thought this was a really interesting point that we kind of discussed multiple times throughout the session yesterday. And then for those of us who joined us for the after parties yesterday, that conversation continued. But what that looks like for the US, how do we have a regime? How do we have an architecture that promotes our regulation keeping up with the pace of technology and that speed of development and the speed of manufacturing without hindering our speed of innovation and our competitiveness? And so I think the future-proofing conversations that came from these discussions were really fascinating, and I think would love to dive more into that in the report. So that was my parting thought on this.
Yeah, and we actually looked out and that this group, represents government, trade association, and academia. And so we've got a great diversity of, kind of equities, I guess, and seeing how this came through. But it was it resonated across everybody about that clarity of vision and the importance of having sufficiently ambitious goals and, kind of going after it in a sense from the top level and having something durable that represents not just a shared view. It doesn't have to, everybody doesn't have to agree to every side of it, right? But some sense of collecting what we are trying to do, what we do want to do, and pushing that forward. And, that fits in across a lot of things that we've heard of, not demanding a culture change, but, finding a way to live out the culture that we have and to express that. That was really fundamental. Troy made a comment of goals from one group. Michigan made a point that goals from one group splash out to others, and that is really important. So it becomes less about who who owns that, but somebody writing it down and making it available. That's really important.
So I just wanted to double down on the North Star vision point. We don't think that relying on a particular administration to announce a North Star vision is the key to success here. There are obviously many groups, foundations that have their own visions, but I think it's up to the community that is in the room, that was in the room, to say this is our North Star vision, and then ask who would disagree or add to it. And I take some solace from what's called the Regional Plan Association in New York City, a very ungovernable space on the planet, that has 25-year strategic plans for the region, and then asks whoever's running for mayor or governor in 3 states, Connecticut, New Jersey, or New York, to say, do they agree or disagree and why when they run. So there's some target to hit or to miss when you're asking people, are they proposing things that need to be done or can be done or should be done? And why haven't they been done? And what's the consequence of not doing them for the space economy? So I think what we saw this as, you know, the panel leaders was, this is a permission to build our own North Star vision, and to ask who would add to it, rather than waiting for politicians to do it for their own purposes. Okay, that's what we had. Oh, Troy?
My one question is on the data point of 2030. Is that far enough goal? Because practically by the time this report gets out, it gets reviewed, it goes out, it's 5 years out. Should it be 2050, 2070? Otherwise, thanks presentation and for putting me on blast. No.
Yeah, it's a good point. Well, let's try to figure out 2030, 2035. I would say, I mean, everybody has their own opinion, but I agree with you. It'd be nice to have, when you have long-lived infrastructure assets to be built, it'd be nice to have 2050 or 2075. I agree, economically, but the political will to define those goals and the achievement of those goals, and then to hold politicians and corporate leaders and financial sector to achieving something by 2030, 2035. I think that's kind of a, you know, put up or shut up moment, and we should put it clearly in front of everybody. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you all. I was in this group and partially note taking. And that whole idea of the North Star, I brought this up to them because I've been part of this since 2020, and we keep having that as a recommendation. And so we decided in that group, like, forget waiting for these government folks, we do it. Like, look at the people in the room, look at the people that are the organizations that are part of our Space Industrial Leadership Council, we can do it. So we are, right?
We're not asking for permission.
We're not asking, we're just gonna do it, right? Thanks. Thank you very much. Good work. Okay, next we'll have an outbrief from the Space Sensing Working Group. Oops, trying to get to my pictures. So we had the panel with Peter Wagner, Jamie Stearns, Katie Corcoran. Thank you for setting the stage. And for today, the working group chairs were Jamie Stearns from AFRL, Katie Corcoran from DIU, Captain Spezer from AFRL, and Dr. Sarah Crandall from AFRL. And so today we have Sarah and Captain Spezer. Yes, Spezer.
All right. Hi, all. So first we want to thank our other co-chairs, Jamie Stearns from AFRL and Katie Cochran from DIU, who couldn't be here this afternoon, but played vital roles in our discussion making. We want to also thank all of those that participated in the working group, in the space sensing working group. We had folks from all over the place. When you say space sensing, it's really interesting because to some folks that means I'm in space and I look down on Earth, I'm Earth sensing and looking towards space sensing elsewhere, or I'm on Earth and looking up, or I'm in space and looking out. So we had people from all over those realms. So it was a really exciting conversation that we had. It's really important for us from AFRL to have these face-to-face conversations, hear the personal stories, the recommendations, the hopes, the pain points. So we had some similar conversations that I believe the working group prior to us also had. So some central themes that I'm hoping go into the report. And so we've done our best to summarize all of the conversation that we had in the past couple of days. We could have written a short story, honestly, with all of the conversation, but we just couldn't fit that all in. So here are some of the points that came up multiple times or impacted multiple people in the room. And there's far more to this, so we're happy to have further conversations moving forward. So with that, here are the summary points that we received from the group. So in terms of significant events in the last 12 months that led towards some of the recommendations you'll see in a little bit. I want to point to the first three here that have really enabled some of our commercial partners to move forward, especially this one up top, establishing the commercial space marketplace for innovation. I had one personal story in which because of the CR uncertainties, this commercial marketplace actually saved their business. So that was a really positive outcome in the last year. The SDA opening up the TAP Lab Accelerator Program also as an enabler, and continuing to award transport layer contracts. We saw in the last year publicly available data sets revealing unannounced actions from adversarial spacecraft. One of the conversations was how social media plays a role in this now, and we're seeing that more and more. A consensus here on ComSo Industry Day and the events there from the industrial, partners saying that this was very successful and they completed their objectives and the benefits that came from that industrial day. We had two important Space Force and DoD commercial integration strategies that were published very recently. And we heard feedback that this clarified many points within the community, including the balance of DoD versus commercial development, what that balance intended to be. AI always pops up. AI showing usefulness in a wide variety of fields, but specifically we're pointing to here geospatial data processing and the leaps made there this past year. OTA and other flexible contracts enabling our commercial partners and how successful this has been, i.e. Victus Hayes as an example. Loosening restrictions. So in last year's report, there was a point to quite a bit of licensing process and how that hinders some of our commercial partners. But there were some successes in this last year, especially for tier 3 licensing, and looking forward to that in the future and what that means. And we had quite a bit of discussion about the workforce, as did, I think, the other working groups and the impact there. Significantly, we saw in a presentation this morning the impact of layoffs within the community. All right, next slide, please. So tying this into challenges, again, the conversation of workforce and our our new recent grads looking at other industries that might have more attractive cultures or better compensation. Is space not romantic anymore? And that brain drain there. A large conversation came up in the murkiness in government deadlines and lack of continuation, delays between RFIs and RFPs. And I think this ties into the conversation that Working Group 1 had in terms of communication. That's also a central theme for us, communication from the government. We know a lot of our commercial partners put a ton of resources into RFIs and then wait and wait and wait. And maybe they've moved on to another project, their workforce has changed before an RFP comes out. So that was a specific call to government there. Similarly, selected but not funded SBIR contracts results in a lack of beneficial feedback to our commercial partners. And that's something that we are looking towards. And again, the communication theme here. When bringing up cislunar, the room got a little quiet because the communication from the government in terms of what is the cislunar strategy, and what are if there are requirements moving forward. We brought up there's a cislunar strategy guide that is out there and available for anybody to look at. But the room wasn't aware of it. So, communication there as well. Next slide.
All right, thank you. So on our second day, yesterday morning, we talked a little bit on the inflection points we're seeing or anticipating even with space sensing. And as we're getting more into proliferated LEO constellations, we're expecting higher orbits might possibly start to be a solution in the face of that to get up above the traffic, if you will. And with that, we're also anticipating a number of drawbacks, such as, your spatial resolution is going to go down. Obviously, your comms challenge is going to be a little bit greater. And all of that could accumulate into a bit of higher of a cost. Another thing we saw coming in the future here as an inflection point is the competition between government and commercial sector starting to slow down and lessen in a positive light. And that's due to the recommendations from industry and from some recent policy changes. And also we're seeing in the future a growing need and appetite for geospatial products, mainly due to a lot of the growing global tensions, and we don't see that slowing down, only increasing here. And then something that was pointed out commonly was a latency problem, a latency problem with having data delivered off satellites, be that a ConOps issue or even a technology issue. And it's nice to hear that demand signal was heard, and we're attempting to improve that with OuterNet that SDA showed off yesterday. Slide, please. So then we broke it into, I believe this was all yesterday afternoon. We talked on our near-term, midterm, and far-term payoff. So first, our near-term recommendations, we're looking at the next 18 months or so. We had a decent amount of debate over these to break it down into 3 or 4 per part. And so our first recommendations for out of our group is for SWAC to develop an unclassified force architecture for sensing and SSA. There's kind of 2 parts to that, not only to develop that architecture, but specifically for the architecture to be unclassified so that industry can take better advantage of it. And then second, I think this is a woe we've heard from the last group is not only improve the CRADA process, but have multiple TPOCs and increase government workforce so we don't have that situation of, someone's out on leave for a week, I guess you have to wait. But having, lowering those single points of failures when it comes to our interfaces with commercial partners. And then this is just a direct response to one of the challenges we saw is communicate our CISLR strategy better and define requirements as we're moving forward. And also those requirements specifically for not only SDA, but also SSA. And for our midterm payoffs, again, this is something we've heard a lot of, so it's definitely worth mentioning, pushing forward, is reassess the classification levels of data. For example, telemetry, sensor data. But as someone pointed out, there's already been a presidential directive to do so. So not only reassess, but accelerate and emphasize that presidential directive and to keep that pressure on to make that happen. And also improve interagency communication within the government regarding that data. So we're not creating stovepipes all on our own on the side of the government. And then generally improving that communication between industry and government. I think that's a common theme we've seen all week, is communication between government and commercial needs even more work. And then increase funding for COMSO office for SSA or sensing capabilities. And understanding what a reasonable commercial cost is when it comes to development. So not only are we putting more money, thank you. So not only are we putting more money in for those things, but the things that are being proposed come with a realistic technological baseline and a realistic cost and schedule associated with them.
Okay, so looking much further out, and there could have been many bullet points here, but these are the two that were communicated more. So having SAF-IA expand international collaborations, we had that discussion this morning in terms of are we not, collaborating internationally with enough partners, with the right partners? And in last year's report, there was quite a bit of discussion of the barriers created by ITAR. So in expanding our international collaborations via MOUs or better agreements, can we kind of work better within the boundaries of the ITAR process? And our second and very last point is optimizing acquisition strategies to include COTS, to enable faster and cheaper capabilities. And this ties into, again, budget conversations that was a theme over the past couple of days, and how do we work within those barriers? All right, so I guess we'll open up to a couple of questions. We have some time. Or additional comments? No. All right, well, thank you all.
Thank you.
And I really want to iterate the thank you to these working group chairs. I think sometimes they say, sure, we'll help, and then realize it's a little bit of effort. And so we really appreciate that. I think you should have gotten here a little bit. Thank you. Thank you, Captain Spezard and Dr. Crandall. And with that, we have our third working group, and that we had the panel with Lee Stanky, Mark Sherba, Sean Mahoney, Jorg Kreisel, Rob Antipas, which was great. And the working group chairs were Gabe Mounts and Rob Antipas and Nate Gapp. Now, Nate, the DIU folks just had to take off, and Rob, I think, it wasn't available, but Gabe Mounts can take it. He can do it all. So welcome, Gabe.
All right, the last part, I'm glad you guys are all here still. I expected it to be just me in the room. Thanks, Casey. It's a little bit more work than I thought, although in our working group, I give a big shout out to Scott Maitner. He was doing yeoman's work, taking a lot of the notes for our session, tons of notes. I think he got carpal tunnel or something. He was going crazy. So there's a lot of content that we were trying to distill. Since I have before I get into our session, just a few comments on the last session's outbrief. Kind of unfortunate, I got to miss that because there was some discussions about the SSIB issue, especially the selected but not funded. If you have more comments about selected but not funded, let me know. I can feed that to the AFWorks and SpaceWorks team. I know AFWorks has received a ton of feedback on that. It's a question that always comes up when they get briefed. Or when we brief about the SSIB sitter process under the DAF. And I think they're considering some big changes, but I don't think everybody's in alignment. So let me know. I'd like to get more feedback about that. Oh yeah, so my email is which one do I give you? Gabe@afrlnewmexico.com. So that's probably the easiest way to get me. And then the CRADA issue. So I lead the effort for AFRL locally that oversees the CRADAs, right? A lot of the CRADAs with AFRL RV, the space vehicle side, and on the directed energy side. So it was great to see that. I'm always a big fan of increasing our technology transfer workforce. So of course, if we got more folks to staff up, that would be very helpful for me. So I kind of liked that comment. All right, so for us on the novel space activities, this was a little bit larger area that we were trying to capture multiple things, and because of that, the discussion was quite wide-ranging. In essence, the novel space activities, it was really kind of capturing anything that might be considered novel space activities, but it really focused pretty strongly on the in-space servicing, assembly, and manufacturing areas. A lot of discussion there. And then I guess you could think of this by extension to anything having to do with XGEO or cislunar, right? Outside the GeoBelt, and then anything cislunar between here and the moon. So a lot of great discussion there. I didn't think when we were kind of finalizing here to put the significant events. So I'm just going to rattle these off real quick. It's not going to be on your charts, and then I'll roll into the recommendations for this year. So a few of the basic last 12 months significant events. Senate passed the Orbits Act on 31 October 23, mandates NASA to establish an active debris removal program, including competitive projects to develop and demonstrate debris remediation technologies. We had Astroscale and their ADRIS-J mission. Is our Astroscale rep here? Anyway, she mentioned that for sure. That's commercial debris removal. Preparations for the Artemis mission and the Lunar Gateway. We had Northrop Grumman's mission extension vehicle, the Cislunar Autonomous Position System Technology Operations and Navigation Experiment, CAPSTONE. A lot of policy discussions about regulating novel space activities. That was happening this year. Let's see. Oh, of course, this has been mentioned throughout the release of the DoD and commercial space integration strategy, and of course, the Space Force's commercial space strategy. Yeah, so I think that's, DIU paid for the Northrop Grumman RSGS. So, which is, I think that's the robotic arm activity. So there was a lot happening this last year. So moving here to the recommendations, just to remind you what those were from 2023. We have here, let's see if I'm on the right chart deck. The short-term payoff, as you see here, was conduct more detailed market analysis on ISAM capabilities and identifying baseline level funding for ISAM. Midterm payoffs will be working with the NDAA or within the NDAA or other legislation to reduce the overclassification, overregulation of some of the, at least what the government is doing maybe along these lines. Assess the outcomes of the orbital prime program, which we didn't capture that in this next one, but I could talk about it if you want in question and answers. And then long-term payoff, establish a funded challenge for large-scale in-space manufacturing repurposing, assembly and upgrade, implement ISAM requirements in all new requests for proposals. All right, so I think it'd be interesting to go through some key inflection points that were discussed. And I think these probably came up in all parts of the workshop this week. So obviously the big inflection point is, and this is kind of unknown, but the Starship Singularity, as everybody keeps calling it, right? The potential impact when Starship finally is successful and starts operation because of that large mass that it can put into orbit. And what that might facilitate for all of, a lot of the companies here and others who are working in the ISAM in particular area. There's a lot of folks that believe this could be revolutionary. So that's what folks thought might be a particular inflection point here. Obviously, there's some of the market dynamics that you've heard pretty extensively discussed this week, having to do with perhaps maybe some overhyped overhyped business plans that have led to some overcorrection. There's some thinking that maybe that was part of the what we might be struggling with from a economic standpoint in this most recent kind of environment that we're in. And then, of course, just I think the well-known ideas about how artificial intelligence, and the emerging technology, just how much more that will impact the ability to do things like ISAM or enable all the things that are being contemplated for XGO and cislunar. And that might include even downmass capabilities. Some discussion about, for instance, the rocket cargo point-to-point transport would be considered in with the novel space activities. So those were sort of ideas about what may be happening pretty quickly. So let's go to the near-term, midterm, and long-term payoffs. The near-term, next 18 months, and as an aside, taking all the notes, we did a comparison. Thanks, Carter. Where's Carter? Carter had to go through a lot of these notes, amazing job that Scott put together to try to distill. I know you guys, he's amazing. Carter's an amazing guy. So Carter was distilling a lot of this information from Scott, but I was also doing some comparison to how ChatGPT does this with Scott's notes. And it was pretty amazing how similar this came out. So here's how we see the summary of all of those notes. The U.S. government space technology roadmap could be something, as you've heard a lot, how can the government signal, right, that things are important that help kind of unlock some of the financing. And part of that is just, what is a unified technology roadmap of some sort? What is a clear vision? Similar to the idea back in the 60s, we will put a man on the moon by the end of the decade. A lot of discussion about we need some kind of driving document, some kind of driving vision, some North Star that people can get behind. And you've heard Peter say that a lot. So that was something we captured as a near-term thing that could potentially be established. The next one was a working group on early standards. Yesterday, we had a big discussion on standards, and I understand from folks that have attended this and other conferences, this is always a topic of discussion, which is, should we implement some standards, for instance, refueling and the docking mechanisms for that? Should we implement standards to help drive modularity and maybe coalesce the industry around some of that standards to drive forward, or do you just enable and do more experimentation to understand what is the state of the capable and then drive standards around that? A classic kind of dialogue that happens a lot in these circles. So I'm not sure we actually fully got to any kind of conclusion on that discussion per se. So there's going to have to be a lot more work, I think, by the team digesting this information for the report. But basically, we thought the best we could do in the bullet here is just maybe identify a working group to start working on some early standards to at least get that discussion going. And then just maybe some more studies on ISAM capabilities that could be completed in the near term. In the midterm, the 3 to 5 year standpoint, There was a lot of discussion that was, I thought, pretty interesting around a ISAM platform development, especially one that might be in orbit, right? Something that could enable companies to then experiment with their technology in orbit towards these developing technologies that everybody's working on for ISAM, which in some ways also underpins that cislunar ex-geo conversation. And then pair this platform. Obviously, I think this might seem like a natural connection, but if not, right, if Starship goes up in the singularity, what a great way to convey a platform into space through Starship. So there's that linkage there. And then use the near-term studies discussed earlier, use those to help kind of drive some more of these other bullet items that you see here for, designing, do some competition on plan, build, test. And then that really would help kind of drive some more efforts in refueling, down mass, the space-based power discussion, and of course, onto in-space manufacturing. And then the long-term payoff, the 5 to 10 years, was, a continued evolution of the standards and best practices. For instance, creating some ISO standards that would drive the modularity and agreement among industry and the tech that's being developed to allow that sort of modularity that might underpin the ISAM functions. Develop the infrastructure between here and the moon for more public-private partnerships to enable the novel space activities, and then further investigation of sustainability. For instance, sustainability scoring for the space industry, which would be LEED-like certifications for, driving both what the industry could capture to make sure that it's being, using the domain as respectfully as possible, while also perhaps maybe driving some more ideas towards the economic drivers behind it. And then one particular for DARPA was for the EXO program office is established a dedicated program in DARPA for this kind of space industrial development. And in particular, DARPA was identified just because they have been one of the organizations that have had the track record of driving that kind of big idea initiatives forward. So that really was it in a nutshell, pretty straightforward and quick. So I appreciate you sticking around for that. And I'll take some questions and I'll try to answer since my team's not here, I don't know if I know all the answers. We got 2 questions or more. We got 3 questions.
Not as much of a
Hey.
question, but just a clarification
Yeah,
on the standards.
Okay.
I think somebody captured it perfectly where we said we set the standards, not the hardware. And I forget exactly how it was worded, but I'd love to pull that wording back because it captured the lead we need to be able to develop the actual hardware, but not to specify the hardware.
I think it was the gentleman from Aerospace Corporation.
John
Right.
Maynard.
So we do have that in the notes, and I was saying the same thing. I'll try
I
to
would
get that.
capture that
Okay.
piece. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Hello, I'm Barbara. I'm Enda and I'm with the Aerospace Corporation and I represent aerospace on the AIAA ISAM standards working group. And there will be a fiducial, I'm like stumbling, in a few months. It's
Oh,
nearly
great.
done. It's only been waiting on some input for NASA that they had wanted something in there and then they took a while to get back with us. But we've almost got that and we're almost ready to go through the last stages.
And so if folks have more standards, questions, or comments or ideas, meet with you?
You bet.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey Gabe, I'll make this easy. Andrew Santangelo, SciZone, also with Lunar Gateway and Artemis at NASA. 2 things, easy. It'd be nice to see more of cislunar tie-in with hyperspace and New Space Nexus, New Mexico. I don't know how to grow that and build that burgeoning effort here in New Mexico with the small business community. And instead of sending email, just say, I'd say I have a chunk of selected, not awarded that have been ad nauseum. It's like, okay, I feel warm and fuzzy. I win. So thank you. So, but I add my name to the list of phase ones and phase two. But otherwise, it'd be great to see something with hyperspace and New Space, New Mexico on a more front-facing cislunar effort.
That's an excellent idea. I appreciate that.
You bet.
Okay.
Thanks.
Well, thank you. I think there was a good capture. I think on that last list with the downmass refueling, et cetera, we should add, following up on a discussion of the last couple of days, the topic which we addressed for the needs for cooperative design and modularity, because it's basically what we need for all of this, right? So maybe we should make this a separate bullet point in there, just to highlight it. What the best word is,
Cooperative
I don't know.
design.
Cooperative design,
Yeah.
modularity.
Okay.
So to do this, because we're talking the interfaces and the standards, that's it from my side. So in essence, what we want to do, we want to make ISAM OSAM, no? That's maybe
You want to
it.
make ISAM, OSAM. Yeah, thanks for that. All right. Thank you.
Very proud of him. Peter Garrettson, you want to come up here with me? Peter Garrettson. Okay, I'm gonna do my best. It's hard for me because I'm running around a little bit and have little text going on of change the screen, go do this, go do that. Well, trying to introduce people, but I would say some of my takeaways from this is I think a lot of the participants were happy to see these strategies come out, like the DoD and the Space Force strategy. I thought it was interesting to hear a little bit about DIU 3.0, the novel tech framework from the National Space Council, and hearing about from Dr. Crandall that there's a cislunar strategy. We'll have to go look at that. I think overall, at least I was in the space policy, but just we always have to keep improving this interagency communication. But I think these reports through the years have been pushing that. And so I'm happy to see the progress. I think every single group still says we have to really focus on workforce. And I think some of the top things are sort of that speed, asymmetric advantage, resiliency, and just to keep working on processes that help the companies speed their innovation and scale, be ready to scale. So not just looking at the development of the tech. And then the North Star vision, forget waiting for government, it's gonna be us. Are you all in? Woo! Okay. Anyway, so I don't know, do you have any? Peter usually does this, I don't know.
So, I mean, it was very interesting, hearing a lot of emphasis on the fundamentals, a lot of concern about vision and the North Star vision on workforce, on international competition, in strategic competition. I think it's very clear that all aspects of the government actually seem to be trying pretty hard. You've got the White House working on novel space activities. You have a diversity of things happening, in particular in the DoD, all the way down through DIU, AFRL, Space Force. And so it was good to hear all those things happening. And yeah, I mean, it's sort of a very similar, thing to your list.
Oh, good. I've been learning from Peter over the last 5 years, so that was a big compliment right there. I want to, so that's one more QR code, and it's a survey, and we'd love to hear from you. I would love to hear what you thought your key takeaways is, even though there's not a question in there, but it just says, what'd you think about the conference, and elaborate. So you could write whatever notes you want to in that little elaborate section. And then I am going to turn it over to the real leader behind the scenes, and that is Miss Ariel D. Herrera. And she is our She leads all our tech engagement and she's the vice president of a New Space Nexus programs. She'll close this out.
Alrighty, I'll make it quick because I know everyone wants to get home. So the survey's there. The next slide we have coming up is going to be our dates for next year. So we will be doing the last week of April, the week of the 28th to May 2nd, and it will be again here in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Please give us your feedback for this venue. That's one of the questions, and we'll get you more details as we go. One big thing I want to do is we couldn't make this possible. We couldn't make this happen without our amazing team. So I want to kind of bring our team up here. Go ahead and come up. Yep. So I'll start here with Erica. So other than being an amazing strategy for this conference, she also helps with our communications, our marketing and strategy overall. So she's done, so thank you so much for that. Shelby, she's been my right hand through this. Any little thing that I've needed, she's been there for that, whether it's emails, outreach, any of that, as well as with exhibitors and things like that. Andy, who's wearing two hats, him and Jamie both were your AV for this whole conference. He also does IT. He's our IT guy, our security guy, kind of runs things like that. Jamie is our facilities manager who runs the facility we had dinner at on the second night. Caitlin, our senior financialist, she ran all of our sign-in. And then Carter is here. He was also AV, but he's our program manager for the New Space Igniter. And he helped run that first day, make sure our New Space Igniter companies had everything done. Who's next? Oh, Jordan. Thank you. We got Jamie. Jordan is our kind of our commercial or digital marketing guy, and he made our amazing website. So everyone saw that events page. He created that. And then we have Andrew McKenzie there, and he actually came back from Seattle to help us with this and took great notes for the space sensing and helped Casey with the working group and everything like that. We have Scott Maitner, who's not here right now. He also helped kind of bring all the working groups together. He's our VP of Corporate Partnerships. Edgar Zapata, he's one of our interns, and he really helped with our AV and everything on that end. And we have Mr. Scott Sadler behind me here. He made it possible for many of our speakers to be here. He gave us introductions. He kind of kept us in the loop. It was really helpful. And then, of course, last but not least, our amazing leader, Miss Casey and Glada Dorad, who made this all happen, brought us all together. And so with that, we'll close and let me do one more thank you. Thank you guys for being here, for putting up with it. It's a long week, but your engagement is what makes this conference so special. So thank you to the attendees. Thank you to our exhibitors, our sponsors, our New Space Igniter companies, our key partners, anyone that participated. You guys are all awesome and we couldn't do it without you. So thank you so much.
Let me say one more thing, Ariel. Let me just say one more thing. I've received several business cards from those of you who wish to sponsor the Sadler report. So feel free to get in touch with me on LinkedIn or talk to Casey. We'd still love to have you as a part of this. Thank you.
All right. This is a small but mighty team. Woo! And didn't I tell you at the beginning, we're the best organization ever?